Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, this is going to be a little different than usual. As, hello there. As I got an actual model from a MonoMogi, who's up on Twitter. The handle is MonoMogi. And she's been doing some VTuber models and actually started up VGen commissions, so very exciting. But she has allowed me to use one of her models to practice some rigging on, so let's get into that. Hello there. So, just to go over this, as I will not be doing the speedrun strats, I have some things I am aiming for on doing it this stream. And this stream's sort of a misnomer. It's more of a marathon again. And I'm going to be keeping track of them on this. The sheet isn't always going to stay up, but it's going to be there. And I'm mostly going to be explaining my process through it for my own sake. And for anybody willing to take a look at this as possibly how do Live2d. Most of this is going to be simple. Our standards up here. I am going to attempt to do augmented XYZs. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes, yeah. Augmented XYZs, which I will get into it, and a few other things going on, as you expect. So, without further ado, today's model is a leaf from Black Souls. What? Windows, please. I don't want to put it into weird layers. Okay. So, as always, I will be putting these into groups. I will also be putting the augmented parameters into this. The model is doesn't have a million belts and zippers, so I should be good with this. The only thing... There is no hidden toggles on this, sadly. The only thing that I might have some concern with is the art style and the edges here, but that probably means I could just be rougher on that. So, a little bit of housekeeping. I am going to be putting my parameters into folders so that I can access them easy and hide them and all that other stuff. So, create folders, angle, folder. This doesn't have any effect besides I can look into here. And I will actually be using pretty much everything in the eye group for once, because I will be attempting to use eye smile to lift up the eyebrow and also lift up the eye a little bit. So the only things I don't think I'll be using in here are the brow forms, because those will be more modified to my own parameters when I get there. Anyways, throw that together. Oops. Mistakes are made. Probably don't need brow X. Y will be needed because that is literally tracked. But I will probably be augmenting that as I had said before. Right parameter or folder. Eye folder. Bop, bop. Set that to an orange. We won't be having cheek as... Well, we don't have a mouth for cheek. I could attempt to rig one up, but I'd rather have that, so that goes into the void. And these will be here as the standard ones. I'll probably be modifying them later. So create folder, mouth. Label that as yellow. And these are what are deferred, which means that physics are going to mess with them. Or in the case of breath, it is going to be going back and forth on its own. And I set that to purple. So, how do we take care of a model? One bite at a time. So, I do know there's one possible little error if she did not fix it in the last PSD she sent me, where one of these is in a layer above what it should be. We'll get there when we get there. But effectively, since Live2d, like all other programs, it has to have a draw order of some sort. It defaults to this when they're matched, so the ones on top win, ones on bottom are covered up. Otherwise, draw order can be modified over here. Yes, one nibble. Okay, so to begin with, I'm going to slice this up into arms, body, head, legs. Hair and back will be, the wings will be attached to the body, so that when the body moves, those go around. The hair will be attached to the head, and she has sliced this up rather fine, so I have a lot of material to work with. Now then, first off, we're going to put an art mesh on everything. Just so we can have a starting point, I will be updating at least the mouth and probably the face later. Usually I don't need to, but yeah. And I will just be starting with the macro stuff, so let's begin. Grabbing all this into a head group. Main pupils. She uses the proper word for scalia. Oh yeah, we have a mofane. We have a mofane. Oh, this is a rather simple model. Unironically. This is a simple model in that there is not a lot of... There we go. There's not a lot of layers. There's not a lot of interactions. He has one clothing layer that's basically going to be attached to her body. Oh wait, these are the wings, not the twin tails. There we go. And we got that. I may rename some of these so I can get left and right on them, but one bite at a time. So this will be put into a rather large mesh that is, I'm going to keep at 9 by 11. We're going to have more going up and down. It's just part of the process. Okay, you want it 9 by 9. I'll give it to you 9 by 9. I am probably going to be using a lot of path deformers on the jawline. So this standard of this is not going to stay. Okay. Main head warp. I come from a programming world. I will rename everything. So this is going to be neck warp. You can be 5 by... Whoop, ugh. Let me finish typing. Okay, you can be 5 by 5. And that will be neck warp. The head warp is probably going to live in the neck warp, but as I said... Oh, I've missed this. Oh no, mistakes were made. Completely, utterly unsolvable mistakes. Okay, throw that together. Neck warp. That's together. Okay. Now for the rest of this, I'll put the main body in a single one, mostly to group it, and then I will go about putting it to upper and lower, which Mogs has done. We have a lower body, we have an upper body. Just to show. Truly horrifying. We are missing a middle one here because it's not needed. So, it's not rendered. Anyways, okay, let's go about doing this. How many of your favorite VTubers actually don't have a tummy? Oh, that's arms. I don't want arms. There we go. Okay, yep, that's body. Mildly strategic. Okay. Body warp. Like most animation, it's all about what you get people to believe. given Mogs and what I've seen, there might be an incoming punch toggle that comes in, so we'll see. But anyways, onto the arms, which I am going to put together because they'll be useful later for flipping over. For flipping over and mirroring the work I do. Okay. That's not arms, that's feet. There we go. She's kept it relatively simple, which I thank for. But, yeah, we have an upper, we have a lower, we have hands. Don't need to mess with too much. Okay. Arm warp. Bop, bop. Got that in there. And then we have leg warp. And we'll have wings together for the most part so that when I put points on this, it doesn't do weird and wacky things. Leg warp. And there, now it looks less intimidating. Ah, I can't type. Actually, I don't think you can see this. Yeah, you can't see it. One second. I'm just going to show quickly what I've been doing for the past bit. Every time you make a new warp deformer, you have to set these up. One second. A sprite, you're there. A sprite, you're there. Every time you make a new one, you have to set these up. And this right here is the main thing I'm concerned with. You should probably be concerned with the other part, but mostly as I work with very chunky pixels, I don't need to. This is like all the points that form... This is 5 squares by 5 squares. So this is all the little points that you see. Whoops. Let me get into the right thing. So I hit create, call that wing warp. And if you look closely, you will see that there are 5 of these little green squares. And they will make a grid that's 5 by 5. So effectively, I just said, hey, take this and make 5 squares. The curves that they're talking about are these little things here, which allow you to play a little bit of math and try to curve everything. And while you want it to be as big as possible, there is some optimization hit because this is effectively always running in memory and always being calculated. So your CPU heats up a little bit. So when possible, you don't want too many. And that's good. Like you could put it as a 1x1 if you're just sliding this around all day. But I'm going to be doing some deformations, probably in the background of this one. But I might be doing some... Oops. I didn't actually make it. One second. Bop, bop. Oh, wait, no, I hit Control-Z. Redo. There we go. I'll probably be doing some lean transformations. So, like, she looks to the left. This is going to be pulled over to give the illusion that she's turning to the left. So I'll need to, like, you know, do a little bit with it. Did I... Okay, I must have not hit okay. Ring warp. We kosher? We kosher. Okay. So now that we got that, let's go to our list. Does this come on top? It comes on top. So I'm just going to be going down this little list. I'm going to start with the eyes because they're going to be the simplest thing to work with, though I'm... Ooh. One second, let me just squish this a little bit or move it to the left. There we go. Or I can make myself smaller. Oop. You're not here for me anyways. Okay. Alright, so on to eyes. So I'm going to need to have... I can't spell. Which is terrifying considering I program. But anyways, on to the eyes. So, for the eyes, Mogs has given us a decent amount to work with. We have a highlight on both sides. We have an actual pupil I can work with, which I will be. I have some plans. So to start with that, I am actually going to put on a 3x3 because I'm not going to be deforming this one. And this is going to be left eye scale. And I'm going to grab the other one and do the same thing to it. Well, actually, I'll mirror that later, but we'll get there when we get there. Let me just grab the rest of this eye stuff so that I can put it into a layer. So we have this. Lower lash, side lash, main lash. Yep, let's get all that nice stuff. And the thing we previously made to put it all into one little thing. Going to be a little weird working with extra lashes because I usually just, whoops. Where are you? You're at the bottom, aren't you? There you are. This will be eye warp just to keep everything together. And the first thing I am going to do is map all this stuff so that it is masked to the right scale, to the whites of the eyes, which I can never pronounce right. Excuse me one second. It begins. They were named the same. Effectively, it doesn't do anything because the IDs will be what they are. But it'll help when I mask in a bit so I don't grab the wrong one. It's not like I won't tell that it's bad, but yeah. Oh, you're the mouth. What are you doing in here? Get out. I probably should resize that, but don't care at the moment. Okay. I thought I had closed eyes there. Anyways, just a little bit of upkeep. I only need to do one, because I'll know that the other side is right. Bop. And you're the other side. Okay, cool, cool. Actually, where's the eyelids over here? I do have it. You can get out. Our nose dot, I have plans for that. Because I've put too much care into noses. Okay, so we do have everything. Now then, I grab all the eye parts that are in the eye. So the pupil, the highlight, and the white part there. And then I go into clipping mask and I expand this a bit because, oh, that's unreadable. I go down and I grab left scalia. The whites of the eyes. There you are. So I hit that, and that's masked to that. So what that means is that I can go right to the edge and I won't have to worry about anything. Back into there. And now that I have that, I am going to put this into the group and call it left eye warp. And this will be used as a positional so that if they move around, I'll be able to work with that. Now that said, I will do the same on the other side. So I got all three of those pieces. I got all three of those pieces. And I will find where the heck it is. I just need to look for the right word. There it is. Hit it. Bop. Oh, I noticed you put it... I'm calling the left side left, or her right side left, just for sake of me not getting mixed up. And also because technically it mirrors it, but that's just me. Anyways, so we have that, and then we will make the right eye warp. Then I'll grab both of these, and we will begin on trying to get the positions in. So this is the simplest thing. Literally just how far to the left. Whoops. I have too many things selected. So let's get this back to the middle, unselected. And then grab, yeah, I grabbed the main warp. Mea culpa. Okay, so grab this. Just go over how far we think it should go, and I need to check on both sides. Usually it's going to be the limiting factor on the other eye. So we get that to right about here. Motion mirror it. Whoop, whoop. Grab that right about here. Go down. I don't think we'll be going down as... 1 second. Grab the right position. Go down. Go up. Yeah, let's go about to halfway. That should look fine. Okay. Emphasize the corners. Check the corners. This is rigging 101. It looks a little odd over there, so let's pull this down. And because we pulled it down, we want to go up here, and then we want to motion it to the right side. So now that's on the same side. As you can see, it's doing a little bit of roundness in the move because we moved it down. You may want to interpolate this a little bit, but I'll get to that in a minute. Right now, let's just check all the corners. Let's just move it a little up to make it round, just like the top. So we have that. Once again, click on this. Make sure you're clicking X and motion and mirror mode. Whoops. Click on that. And motion mirroring. Flip. And a simple little bit of movement. And since I am not going to do this simple, I am going to do a little bit of extra movement. So I'm going to grab these two because the highlight I'm going to do its own thing with. I'm going to hate myself, but I have ideas. To give this a little bit more roundness, I'm going to give it a bit more roundness. I know. So when this goes to the left, I am going to move all of it over. Okay. Yeah, this is the way I want to do this. Grab all these, move it over a little bit, go up in here, move it a little bit more. Because the eye is curved, so we want to curve it a bit. Hello! I think that's a little too much. And because we're curving it that way, I'm going to do a quick transformation of perspective so that I can pinch this side a little bit. So just a bit. Okay. And then I can mirror that over. Whoop. Right, that works. And now similar for up and down, but it's less drastic because, well, we're traveling less because anime eyes. So just slight, very so slight and subtle that nobody will notice, but I'll feel better for doing it. Okay. Now with that, we flip this across the Y this time. So flip vertically. Bop. So it goes up a little bit. Now we synthesize them corners. And hopefully I don't have to do anything because I will cry. Because it'll be horrible. Okay. Now we got a little bit of illusion that it's going across a curved surface. And now I'm going to take the left eye, which I have a scaling factor on, and have this be left pupil round deform. And I'm going to do a little bit of the same thing on there. It's going to be more present. Because technically, let me put it on screen for a second. 256, 256, good enough. Going black. Eyes are not flat. Eyes are in fact round. We all know this. But they are double round. The pupil... Whoops. Do I have this on? Yep, that's why. The pupil itself has a lens in front, and that's where you get LASIK surgery and all that. And I'm going to change this to a different color. And because we have this rounded thing, like this is exaggerated on top of a rounded eye, this is where we get the actual shine from. Because it's drastically different than the rest of this. Like, technically we should get like a little bit of shine up here, but this is so like pronounced that it gets its own thing. And while we have it as a styling, it's going to be on this. I might do a little something with it. But I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit just because. So this moves over. And... Oops. Did I grab that right? There we go. Can I not grab the middle? I cannot. Okay, if I transform this into a 4x4 for that, I should be able to get what I want. We have this. We move it a bit more, and we squish it a bit. Maybe even move it a little bit in total on the eye, so it goes a little more to the left. Very subtle. I'm not going to fret too much about it, but it's something I wanted to do because round eyes round. Yep, yell at me all day. Whoa! I don't know what that was about. But it seems to have calmed down. Okay, so we have that. We motion mirror. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I did up and down, I forgot to change it to flip horizontally. Okay, there we go. Now we just do a little bit of this on the up and down. So just a tad bit of moving down. Tad bit on squishing this down. And then we flip it vertically. Whoop, whoop. Okay. We synthesize them corners, and then I get into the terribleness of attempting to flip warps, which I will complain about for 5 minutes and no more. So up here, down here. Okay, so we have that. Now, as I said, there's some terribleness, and this is going to be flip eye warp. We're going to make this. We're immediately going to have it, and then we're going to take this stuff out. It only exists so that I could flip everything. Now, I am going to take the left eye deform. Actually, going to take this, copy it, put it in, no wait, I want to copy both of these. So I grab these, I copy them, I paste them. I realize I may be giving up because these aren't perfect mirrors of each other. So we have all these in here. We click on this. We flip it horizontally. So now is this not perfectly mirrored? Okay, 1 second. No, it feels mirrored. Okay. I don't know why it moved. Maybe one side is slightly... Either way. Let's go back to redo. 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 There. Okay, anyways, put these back in here. Grab this. Flip. I don't like how that changed. Let's see. Does that line up? That looks to be about lining up. What happens when it goes over here? And it goes in the opposite direction? This is fixable. This is fixable. We just literally go to reflect. And there we go. It should be following that now. This one we also have to reflect. There we go. Hunky-dory. So we drag this over into the right eye deformer. We put the main pupil on that, and then we put the inner white center on this. And now everything's fine. We have the little bit of warp on there. And I need to get the highlights to travel as well. So once again, they get a warp deformer. I'm going to work on the left side again and do the same process. Left highlight, deformer. And I'm going to rename these to right. So as I should say, a lot of Live2d rigging work is just tedium for hours at a time. I hope you are going to be here for 8 hours, because I am. I will be taking a lunch break in the middle. I need my lunch. Okay, so we have that. So now, for this, we have a little bit of travel from other things on here, but... So it goes over. Now what I want to do is that I want it to curve up a bit as it goes along. So I'm going to go in here and just do a little bit of distorting with the temporary, because as I said before, this is spherical. And technically the light shine would refract differently from this. So a little bit of deform tool on distort, which allows me to go like this. Actually, let me just double check that this is correct off the model. So I don't know if I've butchered too much along the way. Actually, what I'm going to do real quick is... Can I collapse? Yeah, I can flatten image. Flatten visible image. File, export as flat. Photoshop document. And now that I have this new one, this is going to be my rough layer. So I'm going to bring this in. This is going to go in here. This is going to be registered as new art mesh. So we have this one. This is the rough one. And I could use this as reference to think if I've gone too far off of what things have gone, of what I've done here. Oh, there's a little bit of... I think that's more of just an issue of putting this in here. So as you can see, exactly on. I move over here, turn this off, and we can compare. So maybe I've got a little too high up, so I'll adjust that. Okay, back up here. Now this one's going to be a little bit of a pain to flip over, and I'm probably just going to have to drag everything. Because it's going to be on the same side. So we'll see how that goes. All those fails, I just copy paste a bunch of stuff. Okay. Going to the right doesn't matter. It does matter because it's going to be flipped over on that side. We're going to drag it down a little bit, and then we're going to distort it a little bit. Or, squeeze it in. So we're getting a shallower reflection back. And we're going to distort this side. Ooh, like so. Okay. Maybe not so much. Okay. We'll adjust it on the left side because I can't really see what's going on over there. Just a minor issue. And then going down, it is going to squish up a bit like this. And then going up, it's going to squish down like this. Simple, not too much. Synthesize me some corners. So, boom. I think it's a little high over here. Maybe a little low over here. I might be thinking too much on this. I'm going to consider... I think it's a little beyond me, so I'll consider it a wash and just throw it onto the deformer. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. You gotta try a little bit. Okay. Throw that on there. This has it as well. I may want to put it on a... Let's just see how this looks. So now this is not getting as deformed as it goes along, and this probably keeps better in the style. Yeah, we'll keep that. Okay, let's get back into this group. So when a rotation is on a warp, a rotation is a single point. So all the warp can do is possibly change its rotation, and where it is in XY, it can't deform underneath it. Left shine warp position, or position. So it's useful when you want something to sit on top of something else but not get deformed all day. I use it for arms a lot. The only issue is that afterwards you kind of need to do all the perspective on that part separately, which isn't bad. Okay. We have this. We can look around all day. Now here comes the part that I'm going to be a little bad at, which is rigging up the lashes. Now for this, I'm going to turn off all the hair so that I can see what I'm doing. Bald. And then going over to the lashes. I'll start on the left-hand side and work my way through there. So we have a couple bits of this. We have the main lash, and then we have these side things. So what needs to be done is that this needs to travel down to the middle and roughly, how should I put it? Roughly meet up. And while that's going on, the whites need to also squish so that the eye doesn't show through. Now, with that said, let's begin. So for this, it's something I rarely use. I'm going to use a deformer path. What this does is give me a linear, a line of dots that I can mess with, and it'll warp around the geometry of the art mesh. Now, I have a feeling I'm going to have to mess with this art mesh in a minute, but until then, let's just continue. So, left eye open. So right now, we'll say this is the middle, and I want to have a little bit of full open for surprise. Now, what I'm also going to do here, because I expect this in a minute, is that I want to put this to 2. Because 2 is what VTuber Studio uses for like a surprise. We'll get there in a minute. I'm saying 1.5 is where it really hits that. But one step at a time. Right now, we're going to just focus on fully open. I'm saying that this is mostly neutral right now. So I am going to grab these suckers and move them up a bit so that we get a little more of open eye without it going like full surprise. And now that I strain that out, let's just full on move it up a bit. One second, I'm going to change this to a red. Black works. Okay. We'll change that multiplication layer back, but I'm going to need to see it against the background. So, once again, getting back onto here. Up a bit more. And we'll have to work with the eyelid too. That works. It's a very neutral one. Okay, and then down here for close, we'll just say right about here. And we'll need to lift these up a little bit to try and keep it in the middle here. So let's just finagle the art path until it doesn't look half bad. That doesn't mean it looks half good, but it doesn't look half bad. That's all I'm concerned with. And I'm going to bring this down a little bit to give it some roundness. Whoops. Don't want to go too much left and right, otherwise it's going to make everything look bad. Okay. Part 1. Now, on to, whoops, let's get it into the neutral position. This is going to be a stickler. Going to also art path this sucker. Art path, not brush. So, give me 5 little dots to work with. Hopefully. Okay, one second. I can't use you because I've extended this. So 1 to 1, and then we have the middle one. And then we're going to have one later out here, which I'm going to mess with. But, so going up, we're going to also have to stretch this out. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Select the right tool. Stretch this up a little bit. Actually, I'll just use the box. This has to go a little bit to the... Nope, okay, that's fine. I thought the whites were a little over there, but nope. That's fine. This is where it starts to get a bit painful. So I'm going to bring this down here, but as you can see, it separates from this, which is what I don't want. I'm going to want this to track in, which might mean, like, actually just... Oops. You know what? Let's just see. If I squish that up and down, does it look absolutely terrible? Yes, it does. We can undo that by... This is probably also a screen you guys don't see. This is the key deform setup. Okay, that was too small. These are all the frames. So what I did was I just deleted that one. And I can go back into here. I hit OK. And this keyframe is gone, so it all disappears. But when I come back in and re-add it, it's just going to be the same as the one directly to the right. Because it doesn't have data to go off of, so it just extrapolates from there. Whoops. So this closes down. I am going to squish it at first. And then I'm going to try to fix the sins in this. So it wants to meet up like that. And then this part travels up. So let's start moving this up. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is why people get paid a lot of money for this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a heavy deformer. I think it's going to need it. So it gets down here. And I may need to do this pixel by pixel. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to do it pixel by pixel. So let's remove this warp path. Let's see, where is the button I want for this? Brush selection, no. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab actual pixels, drag them to right about here. I'm going to do my best to fix them. Okay. Temporary deformer, rotate, save me. So I have this. I want it to be about like this, and then I want to squish it up. We do this. Probably best to move these. Oh, I didn't get all half of them. Shift. Thank you, Shift. Whoops, that's not the right one. And we're just going to try and use... I think I could just kind of drag it up here. And then we'll fix, and then we'll even out any of the odd ones. Which is to say most of them, because as you can see, this is tearing heavily. Whoop. All I'm doing is tedious work. There is some method behind my madness, but none that I can really say. And then we just have to hope this looks good. Okay, this part's tearing a lot, so... Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Please. Okay, move this up. Move that like so. And then hope I don't have to do as much for the... Actually, let me hide the eye for a second, because that's... Oops, that's the wrong eye. Okay, there we go. Because this is the final edge we're going to be working with. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Oop. Ah. Just feather it in. Make sure it looks half decent. Not doing what I'm doing right now. So this is all doing a weird sort of tearing, it looks like, because we're so zoomed in, and these are ultimately pixels projected to a surface. So any rotates is going to do a little bit of weirdness to them. Okay, so let's click off this and just see how this looks. Not the worst. I think I'm going to cover up most of the sins by flipping these over. Okay, and just so that I can also get this done, let me pop back into here. Let me grab this, turn it back on, and let's start deforming it as well. So get it up to its normal, or to its normal, which is 1 right here, or 0.5. And I'll put it at 0.5 and 1 for right now. Go up to here. This now has to get up here. So I can just stretch it because, well, that makes sense. Up there. And scoot this up to match. For the most part, it's just a mask, so I don't have to worry too much. Bottom of eye? Yeah, bottom of eye should move a little bit too. Let's do that first before we get too deep into this. So lower lash. Bop, bop. Got our 5. Got this. Move this down a little bit more. Just so eye open. And then we can close on this side. So this literally just travels up. And then feather it out into that a little bit. Okay. Now I can do the left side as I have something to go off of. So first off, squish it. Squish that eye. Bring it up, and yep, it's doing weird deformations. Squish it even more. Grab these, squish them down, possibly even turn it. I will turn it. Squish. Squish. A little bit more. I need to rotate. Oops. Control Z to get back to that. And just hide under here without, like, moving it too much more. Which will say, oops. More squish. There we go. That's hidden. Actually, let's make this an obnoxious pink for a second. Okay, so I'm missing some under there, so I need to move that up. So grab this. As I said, this is mostly just a mask, so we don't have to be too exact with it. We just have to make sure it gets under there. So, Okay, and we can turn it to white for these ones. Boom. Boom. Okay, simple little thing. Now, for these lashes, I said I'm going to flip them. Now, for me to want to do that properly, I'm going to try and make them look 3D. And I'm going to hate myself. But, hey, what's different? So we have this. I'm going to make a duplicate of the lash. Paste, and I'm going to call this top side left. Left lash top one. Now the reason I'm doing this, also first off I should also can I only flip left and right? I can only flip left and right. Excuse me 1 second. I'm just curious, is there a way to just flip horizontally? Temporary, distort, perspective. Nothing off that right there. Okay, I guess we're going to just be eyeballing it. And once again, Control Z to get back to there. You don't see me, but I'm extending my hands. We have that. Okay. I think I might be going about this a little wrong. Let me just get back to here. This could be left lash 1. No, that's not the, that's the right side. I'm on the wrong orb. There we are. Let's just start. Oh, wait. Well, didn't have that clipped. Okay, so we have our basic one here. And then we have this moved up here. Oops. I'm holding shift so that I don't move up any of the cardinal directions. Like I can move left or right with shift held, or I can move up and down with shift held. So this should just move normally up here. Now this is the one where I'll flip, and I might need more material, which is why I made that. So this goes all the way down here. And let's eyeball this. And then goes like this. So this little like turning sideways is not what I want. Because you know, it just disappears. So what is the best way to do this? Okay. What I'm going to need is a positional for this. Call this top. I'm going to put these in a warp. Oh, that's not the button I want. I'm doing this weird. So I need to do it like this. First off, going up is simple. Do this. Can even like tilt them a little bit. That looks fine. Then I add the one going down, and this is where it all goes bad. So we've moved this down here. I mean, I could just keep it like that. I could. I should, but I won't. I want to try something on this. So then we go into this sucker right here. That can remain the same. This needs to flip. Whoop. Okay. And here's where it's going to get interesting. For... Wait, why did you turn... Oh, yeah, because it's... Now, we have our start point and our end point. And you should probably... I'll figure it out. But, okay. So it flips down. In the middle of this. Whoops. Yeah, 2 will be fine. Okay. This might need an actual proper deformed path. I think I'll be able to do it with that. Oh, that was the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, exit that. Do I have to not have anything on it? I think I not... No? What's going on here? Oh! I have it on delete. Ignore me. So, let's just basically work on these. Be good enough. Okay. And try and smooth this sucker out. I might need to increase its... Yeah, I'm going to need to increase your mesh there. Let's make you heavy. And basically, we're trying to just have another surface that... Ooh. Let's just see how badly we're doing. Okay, so we're here. Might be approaching it wrong. Let me rethink this. Another way is just to have it flip, but this one extend more as it does so, in order to keep an edge that goes up. Where the other one does a full flip, this one can have it go up a bit. Once again at 2. What do you mean leaning them to the side? Okay. Whoops. Let me delete this one for a second. The real trick is not to do this. Okay, so we have this. Oh, you mean go that way? Yeah, could. They fade out and come back in, but they still will look billboarded as heck. Okay, let me go back up here, and then let's get rid of this art path for a second, because all it's doing is giving me pain. Whoop-a-pa-pa-pa-pa. It was a good attempt. No, thank you. Okay. What I want... this art mesh at this point. Whoops. Second. I want this art mesh at this point. Not working, is it? You can do some things with that. If I delay this just a little bit. Okay. I think what I also need to do is have it like round at this point. So if I have one of them... yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. So, right here, at this point, I'm going to try to grab the bottom ones of these and push it up and try and round it just a little bit. So that... oops. Come on, buddy. There you go. You're not the right one? Are you the right one? No. But as you can see, like, the idea is you get a little... if I can get it just to edge to curve up right here, that sells the illusion more. Okay, let's try a little something. Okay, we get this one down here. And what we want at this point is for the flip to have happened. Drag this down here, get the lines to match up, but to have some of these curve up a bit. We'll try to get it as round as possible. Which isn't going to happen, but... then we could just grab all these. Whoops. Grab them all. And squish to our heart's content until it basically matches. Move up a bit more. Get the lines right. Whoops. Or maybe I'm just doing too much and it's not going to work. Ah. We have art mesh. Lost cause. I think this might just be a lost cause. I know I can do it with hair going left and right, but that's not it flipping around. So. Let me just do a little tune-up on here and I'll call it good. Oop. Probably don't need that many, but... the eyelashes would, like, kind of turn this way. I think I could do it, though. Just have something sit on top of this and give it the line, but it's this flip point that really irks me. Anyways, I shouldn't spend all day on this. I'm not getting paid. Aha. Okay, let's put positional warp. This is going to be the same thing. Boop. Boop. At this point, also flip. Also squish a little bit. Maybe move over. And then I'm going to get you line deformer. It is, it is. That's the whole point of this. Why you no add? Oh, I'm on a warp, that's why. Okay. Ignore me. You can't have a line deformer on a warp. Okay, on a, yeah. Boop, boop. Boop. Now I can add this. The deformers only go on art meshes. Okay, and let's just bend this a little bit. And this can kind of just go up with it. Maybe tilt a little bit. This is what it's supposed to be. Okay, so it needs to tilt a little more, actually. Okay. I think this needs to still stretch up there. Okay. Save that for now. I think these are identical to each other, so I can just full stack put them over and then get rid of the other ones. But, oh yeah, the art mesh. The art mesh deformations would be a pain. But let's just do this. Copy. Pasta. Put you in the flip. And then flip everybody. Okay. Now then. Rename all you. Okay, so we have all these. Bring them over to... Actually, I don't have them in anything in here, do I? Yeah, that's on the same thing. Either way, we have that working now. The only issue is that we have this, which we can get rid of. And this we can get rid of. And then we should be able to flip over the other parts too, and we'll be good. The one part about working in warps means that you can transfer it over. There's a little bit of issue with having it straight on the art mesh. But I don't think we're getting around that for this. I'm doing the cheap way of duplicating it. Where are you? Okay. So copy you and the bottom eyelid. Copy. Into the flip warp. Where did that go? Did I delete that? Nope, I didn't. Paste into that. Doesn't paste into that because pasting is weird in Live2d. Okay, flip. Now you're all right. These, usually I don't like doing this, but these are pretty much, these are just identical to each other. I'd probably try and do this with warps first. Okay, so we can get rid of that. That. Then we could do the eye white next. Also, we need to get the side one. Where's the side lash? Oh, that'd be still up here. There we go. Forgot to include you. Might as well include eye. Into the flip you go. Actually, take you guys out first. Left side. Cut. Paste. Never paste right. Actually, undo that because... Wait. Oh yeah, I have a copy of... Okay, one second. Let me go back because I might have messed something a little up. Okay, we want to copy them, not cut them. I don't know what I was thinking. Get those. We move that over to the flip. And we flip it good. We're also going to have to rebind the masking. Actually, we could just rename the ID. So all it cares about is the ID, not the actual mask. So what was it called on the right side? Okay, so we can just get rid of those two. Rename this to that. Oh, I think it saw when I deleted it. Yeah, okay. So I still need to rebind them. Okay, and we might have to do this a little later when I do the shock stuff, but same process. Okay, boop, boop. Got all three of you. Nope. Oh, I did hit shift. My bad. There we go. Oh, one less lash. Not the worst, could be better. I do like how there's a little bit of overlap on that. Anyways, where is it on my spreadsheet? I will say that's about 70% complete. It's this right here. You know, I know how to cheat this. I know how to cheat this because I do this all the time. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Because it's doing the flip like right about here. So if I make something at like 3, and I make something like right after it. Okay. I'm going to grab all these, hit copy. I think this is how I do it. Is it paste special? Where's paste special? Nope, that's not it. One of these, I should be able to just refix these models. Edit, paste. I don't want to paste the parameter value, I want to paste special. I had looked this up and this was very useful as an idea. Oops. If I just have it stay up and then automatically like flip down there, everything's saved. Wait. I know what to do. I know what to do. I am not thinking correctly with this. So... we make something at 0.001. And we make something at this. Okay. Now we adjust these suckers to have it be 0.2, and we'll have this be 0.3 because we need to get these to look decent. So we have it there, and then we have it there. So this needs to be down a little bit more, but point 2, 0, 1. This is straight up in how most animation would do it, is that you just do a flip. Ahaha. And I think this needs to just needs to go down a little bit more so that doesn't go on there. So it's cartoony, but it doesn't have that weird intermediate stage. And nobody's going to go like, oh no, there's no intermediate stage. Crisis averted. Okay, let's do it to this side. So we turn off snap and we put something as close to that as possible. Close to that as possible. Then we adjust them in to be 0.2 and 0.3 so I can do any messing with it to make it look right. Why are you so squished right now? Oh, because you have that line. You do too, but... Yeah. They're missing a frame, but I don't have the frame. And trying to work it out to be a frame is causing some issues. Are you squishing? You're squishing. You're not... Okay. That's why. Okay, let's take you out for a second. And let's give you a warp. Okay, now that we have that. Yeah. Okay, let's fix you up first. So let's get to our default. We hit X. We get to our default. We hit X. This is supposed to push it around, and I'll just keep track of... Okay. So, we have this, we have this, we have this. At this point, you flip. You just full-on flip. And then we add... Whoops. Turn that off, and I get 0.1 in there. And we get 0.49 in there. And then we adjust them to 0.2, 0.3, so that I can get the specific setup. So you're a little far down. That's all right. We can fix you. We can move you up. Grab these upper ones, and upper ones I said. Squish you down. Maybe drag you a little bit into there. And it breaks again down here, but we can fix you. Be a little rough at the angle, that's fine. Move better, nah. There we go. Okay, at this point, you need to be down here. You need to be squished just a little bit. How does it look up here? Yeah, that's fine. And then we just put you to 0.2001 or 01. And also adjust this whole thing up here. Maybe not. Okay. Whoops. No, I didn't want to undo it that way. I wanted to click this, click out, get back in. And readjust that, and then we'll flip it over. As we did before. Yeah, this is supposed to rotate a little bit because of how the eye's going. Need to have it join up like right there. There we go, much better. And then it flips. Really fast. That's fine. Okay. Actually, we don't need a warp for that one. Copy. Paste. Name you to right. Drag you into our flip. Where's our flip? There you are. Drag you two out. Okay, click. Flip. Flip. Drag you out. And look for right lash 2. That was already in existence. So now we got 3. I'm guessing it's you. We get rid of that, and then we just drag what we just made into that. I said we drag. There we go. Okay, there's a little bit oddity I should probably fix up. Yeah, this floats a little too high up there. Or it flips. Let's just, Huh. Oh, ordering. Yeah, ordering has changed. So let me grab this. Where are you? You guys should be above you. Can't tell on that one. You're flipping late. I need to flip. Spending so much time on this. Okay. So you just need to travel down a little bit more, but why is it working fine on the other side? Oh, okay. So it does need to be down a little more. Looks fine over there, though. That because the other one is behind. Oh, that's why. Okay. These all need to go up here. Why is there a discrepancy? Okay, you're still down here, that's why. Wait, no. I'm confusing myself. So, Moggs had set this up. Left eye is her left eye, right eye is her right eye, and I'm mixing that up. Okay. So that is behind. Just possibly helping it look at. Okay. So it might help if I lower this under here. No, it's not going to. The way you rotate the lashes is like that, like a petting motion. What I think you should do is like a more full-on rotation. I'm not sure that would actually work for this because it does need to flip over. Yeah. Let's just go back a bit. Let's get this back to more standard. Boop, 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 boop. Hopefully my undos are... Okay. Let's get this back to before I started messing with these. Okay, where am I at? Okay, I flipped over the lashes. I'm still trying to do that. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are just going to put... Okay, that has a default, so... We set this as default. We drag this out. We set this as default. And then we drag it out. Get rid of these two suckers. So now... Oh, nope, you're still flipping. Delete all the other things. We're only doing your basic. Get rid of your art mesh. I'm just going to say it's a little too advanced for me to try doing that right now. So instead, we'll just bring them down and not have them do the entire flip. Okay. So we call this left lash warp. And with this, we could just flip the warp over. So we got one, we got that. I need to select it. There we go. Bring this up. Tilt it a little bit. Actually, we can just tilt the whole thing. Actually, no, I think distort would actually work better. 1 second. Distort. And we just bring this up here a little bit. Maybe move it down. Okay. All right, bring this down. Rotate that in a little bit. This is more of a normal style where they just kind of, you know, the eyelashes stay like that the entire way instead of doing the proper flip, but when do anime girls do their eyelashes properly? Okay, let's click off there just to see how well that looks. Waste of time, but I think little more twist wouldn't be bad. Okay, bring that down. That might be storing it too much. May have to just do it on that one. Oh well, I think it works well enough for now. If we want to detail it later, we get to it. But we can just, for now, copy. Paste into the flip. Make it the right. Grab the flip eyes. Flip it over. Take it out. And I think there's slight off-centering on this model, which I'll have to live with. Okay. And then we put the right... Oh, yeah, they're outside of that's why. I'm being confused. In there, and... Oh, wait. You have to do it at default, or everything goes bad. Okay, and we didn't flip over the scalia and the rest of that. Okay. So we're going to have to do it. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, where are you? There we are. So we got left. Got that, and then we got the lower lash. Copy that into here. And then we flip that sucker. Okay. Name that right lower lash. Also, technically, well, my naming is backwards. It matches up to what the Live2d parameters will go up, because it's more mirroring what the person looking at it is. Okay. So let's drag these to the right location. which will be on. Which will be down here. Except for maybe right lower. Yeah, this goes right there. Wait. This would be her left, so that is on the right. Wait a second. I'm getting confused. Okay. This is on the right side. Oh, it's because I'm flipping it across, so this is going to look incorrect. Oh, I should have did this with art mesh. Or with warp. Oh well. Okay, let's bring this down here and the right eyelid. And the... Where are you? That can go up here. And now... This is what I get for trying to do it. That. Oh, you need to get rid of the... that one. And those two. And then we need to grab all three of these suckers and point them to Scalia 3. Okay, I'll just find them. There you go. And then I also need to get the right lash over into that because that also was art meshed to heck it back. So I'm discovering I shouldn't really do all the art meshes because it screws up with everything way more than I expect. Okay, let's get everything on the flip. Okay, let's grab that and that. Copy. Paste. Put it to the flip. I'm taking too much time on this. I didn't want to do it purely by warps because I knew it would look bad, but I didn't know I'd have this much trouble. This is why it takes 6 weeks. Okay. Alternatively, I should have been focusing on the macro stuff more than the micro, which I am fully in at the moment. Okay, this should be up near main lash, side lash. Okay. Now let's close these down, get rid of the duplicates. Boop. Boop. Okay. We'll get to surprise stuff later. But right now that's working. Actually, you should get to surprise stuff now. No, I'm fussing too much. The macro stuff I should be good at, because that's what I work on most of the time. But anyways, okay. Let's say that's about 70. Let's get on to head tilts, which are going to be pain, but I should get through it. Boop, boop, boop. Actually, for now, edit parameter. Let's cut that off and like just have it. We can expand it later. Oh wait. Oh. Why are you two doing weirdness on that? Do you not expand down all the way? Oh, okay. I can fix this. Okay, fixed. And put that back up there. Just for sake of redeeming myself, let's just let it pose for a second to see that it looks right without me doing it. Oh, those are on the wrong layer. Okay. I accidentally dropped these on the wrong layer. Yeah, they're in the warp. They should be outside of there. Yeah. Oh wait, actually let's move back because it should always be in the neutral position when you move anything out of there. Yeah. There we go. Always check. Okay, we're good. Alright. Now for some macro things, which I should actually be half decent at. So first off, I'm going to bring all this eye stuff onto a face. Okay, where's left? I should bring that out as well. Make sure you're on the neutral. Well, actually, it could be in the same thing. It just needs to not be underneath anything. There we go. So we have our eye warp. Let's get our back of hair macro warp in there. Okay. These, I'm just going to stick it to a single twin tail warp and I'll differentiate later. Warp. Headdress warp. Ears warp. Now I'm going to make a, so this is a silhouette, and for the back, I'll call this a... These are mostly going to be linked to each other. But I'm going to have to do every once in a while a little bit of difference to them. Face warp. Okay, and now that I got a face warp, I can stick the eyes onto that and the nose and the rest of that. So that is what I'll be working with at the second. So, for our eyes, they go underneath face warp. Blush goes underneath face warp. Let me grab all the mouth stuff. Mouth warp. And that goes under face warp. Hair, nose goes under there. Back of head will be used for filling in some stuff. Eyebrows need to go in there. Okay, let's begin this. So, because the back of the head is actually where everything rotates, when you go to the left, everything moves to the left. So I'm going to say this is about our limit. I'm going to turn off hair again. This is just in the way. Right, there you are. So we go over this far. And then we want to round this out. So first, We curve it. Like so. And for a little more 3D, we bring in the eyes. Which we might want to do on a path, but I won't be able to flip it, I think. Well, no, I should be able to flip it, but... Anyways, bring that in a little bit. So we don't have a bald toggle on this. Bring that in. Go. I'm going to bring it in a bit more for head, which I'm going to need half deformer for. Oop. And turn this on. Oops, nope, nope, I need you right there. Okay. Bring this in. This is the right layer. This is the right layer. Why aren't you moving as much as I think you would? You aren't doing anything. What's going on here? Okay, 1 second. I am going to try and rework this edge a little bit. No, I don't think I need to. Second thought. Just a little bit more. Bring that in a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'll be able to get away with this. The hair is going to cause some issues in a minute, but I'll deal with it. Okay. Also need to pull out the jaw a little bit. Chin. Because that's all I'm going to be doing with this deformer is deforming the chin. So this section is going to be pulled out a bit. And I'm going to need a little bit of something to cover that up going back. So I'm going to need to go into the silhouette. And you're going to get... Or well, I could just use that. And this is going to pull out this section down here. Where it should have been. That gives us some of our jaw. She should have a neck piece in there. 1 second. Let me look for it. Neck. Okay, you accidentally got behind. Okay, so that's collar front, right? Okay, so it's just like, okay, everything there. So I need to just bring this out to cover that section. Interesting. Okay. I can work with that, though. actually. Or I could bring that behind the collars, which it should be. So... yeah. Okay, let's back up a bit. Okay, let's go with that. So the issue is that base head is in front of the collars and neck, but I can put that behind. Yeah, there we go. Everything's fine. So I need to have this so that I can actually continue a bit of the head past here so it doesn't look so odd. But as it stands, I want to work with that chin a bit more. Let's bring this a little over. Because that cheek looks odd. Whoops, not the right way. Chin may have traveled a little too far. Mouth will have to deform a little bit and it goes over. And I think eye has to turn a little bit more on its own. Okay. Let's flip that and chip it. I have vertical on still. There we go. And face warp in general needs to be flipped. So does eye warp. Actually, let's select everything with that. Okay, let's go over here. There we go. Everything's better. Now, let's do a little XY. So, simply, this has to go down to some point. And then... actually, I want the chin to be a little above that. We're going to move this up a bit. Move everything up. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Up a little bit as well. A little masky because what we need to do is also round everything out. So, push that down a little bit. Push that down a little bit. Push that down. This should be a little more. Even pull this up. So what the roundness does is it kind of eliminates that mask look because parts are traveling at different speed. It's getting a little weird up here, but hair should cover that. Okay, now going up. Is basically the opposite. So we want this to go up a bit. We want this part to squish just a bit. And then we want all the parts to round out. So, and I should probably turn this on to be full smoothing for this. 1 second. Smooth. Okay. Also, just because I know this chunk right here should probably just move on its own up a little bit. because technically the mouth is on a flatter surface, so it should have more tilt than the rest. Like the whole front muzzle of the face. Move you up on that a bit. And just a bit. To flavor. Don't like how it's doing that, but I don't know if I could fix it so easily. I think it's good enough for right now. Let's emphasize them corners. I could also try doing their 3D rotation, but I never worked with it before. So this is where it all falls apart, but this is also where I do tilts. I do tilting to fix it up. Tilt it like this, move a bit over. This is mostly because how does put it? Okay, so 256, 256, bop. So you have your jaw right here. At the back of your head, you have your spine going up, and like that's where everything rotates off of. So that's your spine. But you also have these suckers that is all your muscle. Yeah. Your muscles that actually move around. And these don't want to extend up when you tilt your head sideways. So what I'm doing here is like when it looks down in this way, this doesn't want to go down, but this one over here does. So I do that. That's the long short. Okay. Let's flip that across horizontally. Whoop. Actually select that. Okay, now we look up. And tilt this over. Move just a slight bit. Might want to tilt it the other way. Yeah, I went the wrong way. All is lost. Well, nope. Now all is lost. Move you back just a little bit. Okay, I think that's good enough. Flip across horizontally. Helps if I actually select that. Okay, let's just see that it works on all things. So it goes down here. Rotate across. Still a bit masky. But we'll just hope that the hair helps a bit. So something I don't like is it going down like this. Like this way to this way, it's fine. This way to this way, it's fine. Going across, the cheek warps in a little weird way, but that might just be fine. Okay, anyways. So now that we got that, let's try and get the elf ears onto working with this. So for basics, this one is going to need to move in on this. So as well as tilt a bit. This one back here can tilt a bit more because it's going away. So, like so. Just mirror that. Okay, as for up and down, grab the whole thing, It's not going to be as pronounced as the other ones. This is a little. Okay. I think this needs to go a little down more, or else it's not going to look right. Move this down a little bit. Okay. Let's emphasize me some corners, and then we're going to have to do the rotations again. Bop, bop. So up here, first off, this is going to have to, you know, tilt. I think this ear is going to have to come down a little bit. Actually, that one's going to have to be changed a little bit. No, that's fine. Okay. Okay, and over here, once again, have to rotate it. What's going on? Might be all right enough. Oops. Well, that's not the right one. There we go. Actually, curve this by shortening this in. Okay, mirror that. Chin's being a bit odd here. Let's see if I can fix that up. Just try and... It's fine. Have a good sleep. I'll post some stuff later when I get something going, maybe, kind of. There may be another stream tomorrow, given how this is going. Mouth is really going to have to save this. But anyways, let's get back to ears. That's not ears. That's not ears either. Okay. Okay, and motion that across. Okay, I'm going to let it move a bit and see if... A lot of it could be improved. Possibly sliding the eyes a little bit more would help. Very home. Also, I want to extend some of the silhouette so that it is out over here instead of disappearing. Okay. There, I think that solves it a lot more. Okay, let's see. Zoom in. A bit round when it looks down, but up otherwise. Might want to reduce the silhouette poking out. It's kind of just all of a sudden grows. I don't think it's deforming enough to be too much on there. Okay, let's just nuke it for a second. Yeah, I think it's fine. I was worried about it needing to be out more, though possibly it should have a little bit of it come down just because everything's turning. So you'd expect to see more shadow. And I think that might be the majority of it right now. Okay, let's look in there. It's fine when it goes up here. Should undo a little bit more of this. Emphasize me some corners. Okay. So up here. Let's see all. I'm getting distracted by all the lines. Might be more trouble than it's worth. Okay, if I get into an issue where I think like the line's disappearing too much, I'll work with it. Though I do think showing some of that is fine. Okay. And as I said, I'm going to adjust the angle a little bit. Eye angle warp. Okay, I think pulling this whole assembly over just a tad will help. Might need to pull in some of this blush as well. Okay, so I make that, set it right there, go boop. So that comes through. Motion that across. And, of course, nose warp. Oop. So first off, move over there. Also, we can skew you. It's for some of that classic look. Okay. Go down. Put you like right about there. Go up. Put you right about there, as well as squish you a bit. Okay, save it. And let's take a look at in here. Maybe a little too much. Oh, I didn't synthesize the corners. That's why. Always synthesize your corners. I think it travels up a little too much, up and down a little too much. Part of me says it's right. Most of me says it's wrong. Okay, synthesize some corners. Yeah, that feels better. That said, I do want to muck with this a bit more. And mirror it. And mirror it. This is more of the whole more art than science. The mouth is going to have to get some. Oh, wait. I was on the wrong one when I mirrored. That was almost a disaster. Okay. Okay. Now for right now, just a bit of mouth warp to get this work. I think some of the problems that happening is that this doesn't feel like it lines up how it should go. Okay, so like that. Let's squish this side a little bit. Squish it a bit more. Possibly squish this bottom half, which seems a bit over-exaggerated. Okay, flip. So, that seems to do something. Don't think this should be as warped as the rest. Grab that. Okay. Going up, I think this might be fine. Okay, synthesize some corners. I think that's a little too much of a turn. So just going to even it out a bit. Whoops, that's the wrong way. Want to grab this one, mirror to the side. Okay. Up here. That seems fine on this part. Whoops. Girlsy. Bring that back up. Just a bit like this. I think I do want this one, actually. And mirror across. As I said before, I work mostly in pixels. Is it too much of a turn? I think it mostly works. It's a bit rough, but workable. Okay. Set that to default. Whoop. Now then, for hair, which might have some interesting things. First, let's start with the middle bang, because that's going to work off everything. Ah, okay. So I was informed there might be some issues with how this stuff stacks. What happened was that these two are above the middle bang, so they interfere with it. Okay, where are you, middle bang? There you are. Okay. So basically, what we want to do is that the middle of this does travel with that, so it stays on the middle of the face. Whoops. Oh, I'm not in the... Okay, one second. I clicked the wrong thing. This travels to about here, but as it's coming off the crown, we're going to distort it a bit. So it needs to go back like this. And I'm just going to use distort to feather it to looking all right of a curve. We're probably going to have to mess with the crown later. And this is being done through the temporary deformation tool, which very useful. Okay, now that we have that basic bit of in there, just want to squish this a bit. Because it is turning, so this part technically should extend, but I don't know how well that will look, but this part is definitely overlapping and contracting a bit. So we get over here, motion mirror over. Let's actually look at this in this viewer so I don't have a million dots confusing me. Doesn't look too bad. This needs to possibly shift a little bit. Otherwise the illusion is broken. We don't want to have that. We want immersive anime girls. Okay, so this comes down. How far down does it go? About here. So we might want it to go below the eye line, the bottom eyelash. Just a little bit. Not much more needs to be done. Like, this would have to come down as well. And this is supposed to, like, you know, be in the front there. Or come down to the front. I don't know how it's going to travel over the middle of that, but I'll see what I can do. And this way, it actually will squish. So first, let's move it up a bit, and then we just start recklessly squishing it. Okay, synthesize some corners. And now we need to tilt it. Just a bit. As long as it slides well, it's mostly what you're looking for. Also, I think I can possibly pull down the top of the eyes there. I think I got the writing. 1 second. Let's do that while I'm here. Why am I not getting the, Ooh. Oh, I turned it up. I misclicked it. Okay. So I was saying, like, down here... pull down this one. Oops, not like that. Like so. Okay. So anyways, back to middle bang. It's fine going up. How about the diagonal? Little weirdness with the chin, but I think I'm just moving stuff too much. Or I mean the mouth. Maybe, maybe not. This side it looks a little off on. So I think I'm going to twist it a little bit more. Might be that. Okay, let's try and figure this out. Okay. Get up here. Boop boop. Motion and reflection. See how that looks in this thing, so I don't have so much on. Yeah, that bit of head up there is going to be interesting to work with. But we'll see. Oh, let's just get the macros in. Okay. Say that's good enough for now. Let's move on to these parts, which I am going to put under their main thing. Bang. Warp. So that I can work on them both at the same time. Okay. So once again, middle should match middle. So it travels out that far. And then we start bringing this in. And this part should be easy because we can just literally bring it into the edge here. Okay, that's a little more needed. It starts messing up right about here. So can I do it all in one shot? No. The crown needs to be finessed a bit. There's no outline on that, so I have to rely on what I'm getting from... Well, actually, does the back of head base, does this sucker have an outline? That has an outline. So I might need to finesse that a little bit, but right now... Okay, let's say that's good enough. Flip it. You're really going out there. Hey, Lenny. I'm struggling with hair because I don't usually have this much detail, but... Okay, for this one, I'm also going to have to bring this in a bit. I don't know why I didn't mirror it across. Going all right. I spent a little too much time trying to do something with the eyes. And then I just settled for like default standards. You need to go to about here. Why are you so far out? But as for how it kind of looks, there's a little bit of iffiness on the angles. I think I need to work on the mouth a little bit more, but I'm trying to get all the hair in so that I can get it as a full picture of how it's supposed to look like. But slowly getting there as it goes. Okay, so now let's get this to the middle. Set to the middle. There we go. So that I can work on getting this down. Actually, how does it look? Okay, so these should about match. But since this is on the side of the head and the front of the head will travel more, okay, actually, we can bring this down here so that this matches, but we need to pull these up as a head is, you know, roughly an egg. So let's grab that. That about works. And then going up is much the same, but in reverse. I don't think I can do a full up reverse of it, because, well, Live2d is a bit weird at times. So bring that down. Bring that down. Bring that down. And bring this down. Okay, I think it needs to go up a bit more. It felt like something slowed down on it. So it's all moving at the same speed going down this way, but this way it just like, you know, just stops. Bit more. Okay, I think that's about as up as it's going to go. So might need to just do some shortening. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Okay, I think that's about right. Now we synthesize the corners and get to the pane that is rotating that. For the X and for the deep corners. So this comes up. As you can see, this is all poking out. What we need to do, rotate this a bit till it's fitting in. And just kind of move it back to where it should be. I think I'm going to have to also possibly play some games with that. The extensions should cover that, but... Okay, so does it look fine doing this? Looks fine that way, looks fine that way. The hair is swinging a bit much for my taste on that, so let's bring that out a bit. It looks fine that way. Looks fine that way. Going like this, like the hair decided to move all around. So let's grab everything on this side over and let's stretch this out till I feel it's better. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's begin some flipping. And we'll have to flip the middle as well, because I did make some change on that. Okay, go up to here. Motion mirroring, flip it over. Okay, down here. This one I haven't touched at all yet, so I have to rotate into place. think that's a little too far. Let's kind of bring it up like this. This is raising too much going into that. This is about fine going down, but going from here to here, it's really just kind of turning too much. You don't want things to like grow and shrink randomly. I think I can save some of it by doing this. Just a little less rotation on this side. Bring it down a bit more. We're going by vibes at the moment, and I hate doing that. Oh, also, I don't think I move the face when I go down far enough here. Let me just kind of... Yeah, okay. Boop. Now back onto this. Alright, so... Oops. Try mirroring it, seeing how it looks. It's like programming. You do one little change and then you fiddle with it for 4 hours. Now you know why they have long necks for anime girls. I have a possible solution to that, but we'll see. I like to have, like, actually a jaw. Or bottom of the jaw that goes down there. That's like a shade darker. Okay. So there's some issue with like moving to the left and right. This is sliding too much, so I want to pull this out. Same down in the corners. So let's even it out. So let's just move this back a bit. Yep, that feels right. Okay. Just move you back a bit. Okay, that feels right. Mirror it. Okay. Move you back just a bit. Mirror it. Okay, there's a lot of slide down and slide up on the Y. And I think that's also part of it. It's like, here it's fine. Well, kind of. Yeah, it's sliding up far too much, or at least I should off the top of the head. Shrink this down. I think that's more. The issue is that I didn't shrink down the top. Okay, so get back into there, see if it's doing the weirdness again. Whoa. I think it needs to travel because we get this big gap right here because, yeah. It looks fine on the face, but up here it's not sticking around. So go back to the middle bang. Okay, let's get to the center. Does it look fine? Okay, over here, this one's going really off. So I don't know if that's just because this part is going too far. It might be. What does it do? And what does it do on this side? Doing about the same thing, but we have no highlight, or no edge up there, so I think I want to possibly shrink this in. Yeah, let's shrink this in. We'll do the same to the other side. Probably going to mess up the corners. That's a little too much. Very, I think I might solve it a little bit by just moving it a tad more. Okay, I think it's the rest of this isn't curving as much. So let's do some fake curving by pulling these in. This one can actually go out a little bit. Nah. Okay, so that's curved. Let's flip it. I think some of the issue is going to come because the hairstyle's kind of asymmetric. I think we might have to synthesize the corners, which destroys all the work we did, but it wasn't working. This one, bring it in a bit more because it's a little problematic. Just a bit odd. We need to move this sucker back here. It looks fine. Up and downs would be fine because they were just moving it that way. Okay. Now we get back into everything being wrong with the corners. Okay, so we turn left. This slides to the left, that slides up. Now we need to rotate it a bit. With the head. Means we also might want to push it just a little bit that way. Actually, that's far too much. Whoop. Turn. That goes down. This goes down slightly. Think that might work. Let's see how it looks. Whoops. How it looks going across this way. Still getting a bit of that. Like you could see from here, watch this line. It goes underneath the middle one. So either I need to have this travel less or I need to have that travel, the middle one travel more. And I think the middle one just should travel less, to be honest. There we go. I think that stops it. Whoops. Just need to blend it in with the rest here. Okay. Okay, I think that's fine. So now we have this. Go down. Once again, we have stuff traveling because this should be rotated a bit. And this should wrap around. So, bump this up slightly. Bump this up slightly. Bump this up slightly. Bump this up slightly. Don't like that. This looks fine, this looks fine. Then yeah, this just needs to all rotate. Okay. Let's try again, Electric Boogaloo. So what do I see is wrong? So this is folding in. This might be coming out too far. This is rotating, so technically this should be going in. So, well, let's have it go in. See how that looks. Looks about fine. This side probably should be staying still, so let's have it stay still. Maybe even a little less rotation. Sorry, I thought I heard the door. Maybe just a bit less raise on this through rotation. And I think that does it. No, I sit on the trapdoor. Oh, so I keep all the guests down there. Okay. I think this might be working. Let's see how it looks. This is coming out a little too much on the left side. And going a bit too far on the right side. So, gotta squeeze it in on the bottom. Okay. Maybe. Well, the issue is that I'm having the head tilt down. So it starts here, the head tilts. Yeah, maybe it is going a bit too far down. Let's bump it up a bit. But it has to do some tilt. It can't be as level with this. Okay. Anyways, let's try flipping that and see how it looks. And this is going just too far. Then again, this hair is asymmetrical, so I might just be fighting that anyways. Okay. Whoop. It's turning too much. You know what? Let's just go back to this. Put all these guys in the same layer. We'll call it front hair. Because most of this problem is everything desyncing. And then if we need to adjust, we'll adjust later. I should stick with do macro, do minor afterwards, because that is how you do everything. The side banes are going to be doing their own thing, so they're going to need a lot more to work with. So we bring that out a little bit past. Stretch this out slightly. No, stretch this side out slightly. Because you know it's getting closer. And then feather this away to be in the background. Okay. It's a little, you know, round container thing, but we'll work with it till we can't. Asymmetrical hair. It's fun. You know what? Macro then micro. That's fine. We'll fix it on the next pass. We want to get the major motions in there so that we can, well, have the major motions in there. Okay. Like this. The end like this. Okay. Pull you up a little bit. Grab the next set. Pull you up a little bit. Pull you up a bit more. And pull you up a bit. That looks fine. Okay, so then we mirror this vertically. Forget we mirrored it vertically. Okay, it's almost working. This one we're probably just going to have to bring down a little bit and resize the upper half. Well, didn't want that much. We wanted these two. So get it to there. And then bring you down. And then bring you down. Might have to do something about the top of... Yeah, it's the right thing, but I think that will... have to do. Maybe not. Okay, so we have it like this. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to delete that. Then we're going to re-add that. And that gives us all this. So I'm going to take the brush tool. And we're going to make you huge. Oh. Oh, we're not actually... There we go. No, we can't move you. There we go. I think I used the wrong one. Yeah, this is what I want. Right in the middle. Move it up a bit. Whoops. And then I'm going to go back to my precise ones. Actually, I think we just kind of need to move everything just a bit up. Yep, that was the way to go. Okay, let's synthesize the corners. And get back to things getting terrible again, because synthesize corners. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. Okay, so now we have this. The head tilts ever so much. Drag this down a little bit. And this should probably go in, because this part's supposed to be the crest, so... Drag this down just a bit. Select all. Flip it. I think we might have to macro it. Whoops, I can't do that when those are joined. Boop, boop. Flip horizontally. Okay. Let's just get this working for the big angles, and then I can go in and fine detail whatever needs to be done to make it look better. Okay. Now let's get back into here and see if that improved it any. That process, instead of doing it one at a time, it's a better passing than the other one, in some ways. I think the upper right, this could do with a little of this. No, we want a motion mirror on this one. Okay. Middle bane should travel a little more in this. So, Tower of Power. Got another one. Move it a bit more. And then move it. Okay, that seems to be working. It's a little odd because we have all that hair over there. But as I said, asymmetrical hairstyle. Okay, let's emphasize the corners. Boop. Ah. Now then. Now it's moving a bit more separate from... Okay. Now for these suckers. Oh, wait. Crap, these should probably be a part of... I may have made a mistake. I forgot about these. I thought these were the only other parts, but, alright, let's just try and do this again. I mean, could we just stick it in here? And, I think it mostly works. Control Shift. Let's just fine tune off that. No, that's not too bad. It gets a little odd curve here, but I can fix that. I might want to make a duplicate layer that sits below it that comes back and makes the hair look fuller. Like I was trying to do for the eyebrows before, but it's more of a technique for this. Okay. Honestly, probably pull that down a little bit. Cool. It's just weird that it gets to this point and like, whoop. I don't know. Maybe it does work, maybe it doesn't. I just don't want to re-rig the main here. Okay, I think the side lock on the inside goes a little too high for what for my liking. Let's just drop that a bit. The inside it can go. Okay, so get that. Room. Okay, so how does it look going up? I think it goes a little too much on the outside. So let's bring that down a little bit. Bring it in a little bit. Okay. Whoop, that's the wrong one. So let's get back into here. Just see how bad it looks. Like the top of the head has to start moving around for us to get any real thing. I like how it's going that. It's going down, coming back. Okay. The boop boop. Save. Okay, and this is base head. Yep. Alright. So this is the one that's going to really do a lot of it. So it's going to go over this far. And either I'm going to need to duplicate this or I'm going to stretch that out a bit. And this side has to be pulled in. So this needs to travel a lot more. So let's bring it like right about here. No. Here. Can I get this at 11 by 11? This should line up about this, but this needs to be distorted more. There we go. Okay, reflect that. Still a bit masky, but I am doing big turns, so. Okay, so this is where it's going to get interesting. As I said before, this wants to, I was given instruction to have this kind of travel down the middle of the head. Oops, that's not the right one. Okay. So this is probably going to be like right here. This is going to be behind it, and I'm going to need to have some back of head travel up, which I do have. Back of head down here somewhere. That I could probably bring up and cover anything that goes odd on there. Here. Whoops. I could probably just do that. Is there like a mirror on this? Nope. Okay. Anyway, let's emphasize the corners and see what terrible, terrible things we've done. Okay. At this point, it's fine. This point, it isn't, because it has to turn back. So. I think that's good enough. I'm using the brush tool, which I never use, so I might be a little iffy on it, but it just grabs a bunch of art mesh and lets you mess with it. By mess with it, I mean like distort it to your heart's content in a circular pattern. Leaf has a lot of hair. Okay. See how this looks on this one. A lot of odd sliding around, but I think we'll have to get back to it later. Okay, let's try and get this headdress to move. Whoops. Not what I wanted. Headdress warp. So the left and right should be easy. Move this out here. And then kind of round it going in. And on these, we stretch just a bit. So, okay, a little too much. Still a little too much. Okay, that's good enough. Flip it. Now, this is the part where she wanted it to travel with the head, so it might have to go on top, or... possibly fine. Let's see. Perspective. I think that might be the right choice. A little flat, but I can fix that. Boop. Okay. Can I reflect this and call it good? That'd be silly, but it's going to give me at least something to work with. Actually, not bad. Is it moving enough, though? Possibly. Okay, Oh, so that is that. I can duplicate it. Oh. Actually, that might just be fine. So what this is doing is giving us a little more back of head to work with. Fill in these gaps. I could just drag this out. I think I'm going to have to make... no, back of hair... The back hair does not have to probably go do anything with it. Flip horizontally. Okay, anyways, let's get back to working on this. So, let's feather in that a bit. Because it looks a little silly when it just kind of like flares out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, synthesize the corners, and then this is going to get a bit messy. Yeah, there it is. So obvious, it's just pull it in. Maybe pull it... Flip it across. I should probably also go get something to eat shortly. Do. Yeah, that's a little too much travel for my taste. It doesn't look like it's sticking with the head. It looks like it's turning more. Does it look like that on normal? Nope. So this is a specific issue with this. So can I just drag everything back to like right about here? Can. And then maybe just drag it like that. No. Okay, I think that works. Okay, flip that across. Maybe have this just tilt up a little bit because it kind of feels like there's something off there. Yep, that fixes it. Okay, now we go down and we're going to have the same issue. That this needs to travel more with it. This part probably has to curve down. Because the head is being curved. That's what I've been doing. So does that look right? Probably best to squish it a bit more. So otherwise it just kind of looks like, well, I mean it is morphing, but okay, I think that did it. Flip it across. And get back in here. Let's see if it looks terrible or not. Going full up has a bit of an odd warp I don't like. Yeah, let's... let's tame that a little bit. I think it might be best we get. Okay. Now for the back of head. Well, first we have to synthesize the corners, which mess everything up. Okay. I think we could flip that. Boop, boop. I think some of the hair might help with it, but we'll have to see. And there's like... for this, we basically just need to... oh. Okay, that's something else entirely. Flip across. Yep, yep. The downs look fine. This I might want to tilt a little bit, to be honest, but the ups look okay. It's just more, it looks like this is swishing around, so I might need to work on that a little bit. Because it looks like it's rotating at the bottom, not... I think if I do a little bit of distort at the top, just go a little like this, I think it'll read better. Same for this. Temporary, distort. Model, temporary, distort. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that's doing it. Okay, and then mirror this across. Alright. So, we have that. We need to get into the twin tails, which are going to be interesting. So, we have that basic one. Turn left. So, this one, if I can grab all of it, this one is going to come in a bit. And then also, you know, tilt a little this way. And then this one is going to come in a bit. And then tilt a little away. How does that look? Everything seems to be moving at the right rates. I'm eyeballing everything. I don't have a good way to measure it. Do that. And like before, everything just kind of has to keep the illusion of it stays where it's supposed to stay. Oops. And this would be like at the side of her temple, so yeah, it would go back down a little bit, going up. Okay. Let's emphasize some corners. Okay, maybe work. It's coming together. Maybe a little too much. Okay. This side needs to be higher. That's for sure. And possibly a little further back. Maybe exaggerate the uplift of the up tilt of this a little more. Okay. Anyways. And then tilt. Actually, I could just use the rotation one and rotate it where I need to be. Why I've been doing this hard way. Okay, so I grab this. Oh wait, I'm not grabbing the whole thing. Boop. Now I grab the whole thing. Temporary deform tool. Rotation. I get to drop this like right about here. Actually, let's say right about here. Shrink this in. Rotate this down. Yeah, this side is not following in a way I like. Squish it a bit more, maybe. Yeah, let's fix up that rotation just a little bit. Okay. Flip it. And then I need to stand up for a minute. I haven't stood up at all. I'm going to let this pose and I will be right back. You can make comments on it. Yeah, the corners are still being a bit weird. Might just be because back hair isn't implemented yet. We'll do the back hair and see what else has been. So first we're going to group up all of it. It's already grouped up. Nice. Whoops, wrong button. Whoops. This half is going to extend a little bit. Can I... This half is going to contract a little bit. Actually, first, this is going to move to where the new center of head is, or back of head is. That moves there. Something like that. And this side going to shrink just a bit. Technically this would curve in, but I can do more in a minute because I have it, because Mogs has diced this up quite nicely, so I can do that, but big macro movements right now, or else I'll be fiddling all day, which I was before. Possibly a little too much when moved over. Say right about there. Well, it needs to move a little bit. How's that? Yep, okay. Now this will raise all the hair up. This will lower it down, as one would expect. Let's emphasize those corners. Yeah, this is where it's getting a little too up in there. So gotta blend that in just a little bit. Okay, grab this, mirror it across. Okay. Now for the back of head, I think that's that big green thing back there. Actually, see, yeah, there it is. That is you. That is you. Okay. Should be simple enough to squeeze in there. Okay. Flick that across. Okay. We use a bit of it right there so that there isn't some oddness going on. So it has its use there. This we can probably just squish. Not have a concern at all. Okay. Oops. Okay. Check each one of these. Okay. Let me just do some posing, see how that looks now. Might have to fix up the twin tail a bit, but looking much better. still a bit of oddness on the tilts there. I think I just have to reset to default. Okay. Grab the twin tail. Oops. That comes in there. I think it needs to go a bit up because it doesn't make sense otherwise for that. Maybe not. Hit it, redo. Actually, this should about drop down too. Let's reflect that. I think... Okay. Okay, first off, mirror this across so we don't lose that data. Then this one. I think if I move this slightly back... Maybe. Still need a little bit on the top right, it looks like, for... on the upper rights, for the headdress. Okay. Yeah, it grows a bit over there, so... let's shrink that down. Wish I was a little more knowledgeable on this, but sadly not. Okay. I think it's swinging too much, and that's what's really throwing me off. Okay. Let's just start from square one. Okay. So these are attaching to, like... actually, let's turn all the hair off. Besides, like, the ones we're working on. Well, we didn't even get to the other extensions. But, yeah. So we have this cap. We're trying to stick to that. So. How much did that move? Barely any, so match with that. And this side should move just as much. Sometimes you have to restart. Just rethink what you're doing. And this has to flip, and I would say that it moves further away from the viewer than that one moves towards. Okay. Like right there. These are probably the hardest twin tails to go off of because, well, no, they're pretty standard. If they were going up, I would be able to hide it more, but these really have to be bolted on. Anyway, so emphasize those corners. Okay. Just, let's do it as subtle as heck and see if we can get away with it. Just a little bit of... Okay, I thought I had it selected. Just a little bit of turn there. And this has a bit more turn. Okay, let's turn everything on and then we see about getting the side locks, or as they're called, extensions in this. It looks like it's staying the same size, so I think on the extreme ones, this is definitely going to have to go up more. Going to have to shrink more. Okay, let's flip that. I think, okay. This is fine. Let's get rid of that. Let's stop trying to have it be so actually how you would expect it. So you tilt down, you go down. Down that way. A little bit more. Okay. Oh, let's emphasize corners. Slightest hint of tilt. Whoop, nope, that's the wrong one. Slightest hint to tilt. Whoops, I think I did that the wrong way. Okay. Okay. Still a bit rough, but keep going. We're not even to the fun body tilts I like to do, but we'll see. Looking a lot better. Okay. Well, let's keep going beyond my reach and see about the last bangs. Extension warp. So, drop in the 3 keyframes on X. That goes over. And I think this needs to go behind. So I think I could just actually mask these to the face. Let's see. Reverse mask. Because these don't go in front of the face at any other time. Like this sort of sticks over here. I might move it in a bit, but let's just try this first. Okay. So what do? What do? Well, I think we keep it like this, and I can do a little trick. By that, I mean I'm going to duplicate them after I get everything set up. And then I'm going to have the second set not mask. Or, because I am pretty... So let's duplicate the silhouette. Opacity 0. And we'll call this mask. Now then, both of these will go to it. If I can find them again. Extensions. Go down here, silhouette mask. Reverse it. Okay, we're already set up for that. Now on this sucker, we're going to have an XY mask. And then when it gets to like here, this just goes all the way over here. So that can be on top over there. And let's reflect it. Oh, I haven't flipped that yet. Okay. Okay, that's working. Okay, let's do it this one. Okay. Good enough. Sorry if I'm not have too much to say, but yeah, we're in the figure things out state. The heavy thinking stage. Okay, drop this a little bit. Raise this a little bit. Flip it a little bit. Okay. So opposite, this one goes up a little. This goes down a little. Flip it. Maybe I lift this side up a bit more of that. Just a tad. Excellent. Let me just think again. Let's grab this. This goes down. And then this goes up. Some size corners. Okay. Bottom left. Actually, is there even anything really need to do here? I think the up I might have a little too much. Okay. Emphasize corners. Almost feels like it should go in a little bit. Yeah. Edit, redo. Went back too far. Let's take a look at this without any other physics. Twin tails are a bit off, but hey. Whoa. I think it's all right enough. Kind of like the long hair, it's not going to be too affected by like the little bit of tilting I have inbuilt into this. Looking passable. Okay, what does this say? I don't have Z's. Oh, I didn't even do the mouth close. I'll say this is about 60%. Okay. Mouth open close. So technically the closed mouth is not needed right now. The closed mouth is actually... yeah. Just going to be a reference to everything going to it. So... let's switch that to heavy and see if that's fine. Okay. And this is a heavy as well. Top lip warp. This may be a mistake, but let's just see what happens. So we need this to be like 3. This, however, needs to be a lot. And then we're going to have to art mesh the bottom. But anyway, let's jump down to mouth. So this is just going to be open close. So this is at the middle. And we are shooting for the line to match up with... I missed one. The bottom. Actually, I don't think it... yeah, I think this is all going to be path-driven. I just have a feeling. So, top lip. Come here, buddy. Boop. 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 Something like that. Okay. As said before. Whoop. Bring you about down there. Bring you about down there. Not the best, not the worst. Let's work with it. And for even more open mouth. Ah. Okay, get back up there. Okay. So we have the basics there. Now for this, basically going to have the same stuff going on. Let's try this again. Oop. Boy, I wish I could just mirror this. Anyways. Nope, wrong button. Drag this all the way down here. It doesn't need to be exact, because this one is just like here for purposes of making sure that none of the mouth bleeds through. Okay. Turn off the closed. And see that, yeah, I need to mess with that a bit more. That's the one to get. Okay. Let's try putting a new line on here. Whoa. Technically, these don't really exist. The art paths are a little weird. I haven't gotten a lot of use out of them. Because, as I said, I work in big, chunky pixels. So I haven't needed anything this exact. All I'm trying to do right now is not have any of it bleed through, but get as much skin as closer as possible. What's really going to do it is that the actual... this sucker is going to fit along this so that it can cover up as best as possible. Anyways. here. Okay, top skin. Push it a little more up here. Come on, lines. Work with me. Oh, you have one right there. Okay. Click off it. I think it's fine. Wow. Okay, now for bottom lip. Oh, that's literally everything else. Yeah, I think this is going to have to be a custom mesh. Okay, so first off, we're going to go into manual. Oh, so it's the entire thing. Okay. Interesting, I can understand why. Let's just select all, delete them. Okay, if I do this, then I select these, copy them, paste them, and then flip horizontally. Okay. I know what I need to do. So that just shows me I can, like, I'll have to make a point in the middle, but otherwise I can just make these fine little threads and I'll be able to just replicate them across. I thought I was only going to get the bottom. This is bottom and top. Oh well. I could do some cheap things and mess with the mesh, but that causes some issues later in my experience. Okay, just got one more here. Okay. Just going to zip this up real quick. Then I'm going to copy it and flip it across the horizontal axis, or the vertical axis. I always confuse it. Flip it horizontally, but you go across the vertical axis. Okay. And then I'll be able to have a mesh on it and do what I need to do. Or a path. Oh, no. We are connecting all these up. Once these are connected up, I'll have a finer control than what I was having before. Because it was also getting the middle, I think, which is kind of weird, but alright. Bottom lip's going to be real interesting. Whoops. Nope. Okay. Now that I have that, I can select everything in here. I go copy, shift paste, and then flip horizontally. Okay, copy, paste, flip horizontally. Oh, go back into there. Now we need to join these. Okay, now that we have that thing, we can try doing this. Okay, so I need to turn on closed again. Now, first, with all that stuff blocking it, I should be able to be a little messy. But either way. Well, that's not the right one. That's the right thing. Mostly just going to be moving these straight up. Okay. Now then, first off, move you to right about there. These things are so confusing to me. As I said before, I'm basically moving this straight up. So I'm holding shift and dragging it up. Oh god, it's getting weird now. This may not be what I want. Yeah, I think the vertices I gave it, or the area, is too thin for this to really work as expected. Oh. One thing. 0. I mean, it kind of works, it's just everything goes to crap. So I'm going to need to make that even thinner. Okay, let's go back into there. Extra thin. What did heavy look like? No, let's try it at this. So I'm going to try just literally smashing it up into there. Then I guess maybe art mesh or the path mesh will help. No, that's not going to work at all. Alright, let's... erase them. Sorry. Yeah, I think this might have been better served not being a complete loop. But I can hide it behind everything, so there's that. Okay. Get into manual mesh again. Delete all these. Now it needs to be... I think it just needs to be really thin. It's probably still too thick. Over here, it's going to get real messy. I'm going to just move some of these because I know they're too far away from where they need to be. Okay. Lasso you, suckers. Move you more. Yes. Lasso you. Okay. Whoops. And just doing the takes forever. You need to do this. Extra fine lip. Meshing. Everything needs to be a triangle because all rendering is in a triangle. So I'm going to need to go back and complete this, and then I'm going to need to flip it. This is one I should have actually watched a few more tutorials on. I have been watching quite a few through the week, just to brush up. Because, as I said, I work in chunky pixels. So having to think about these finer details kind of eludes me. I was happy that I was able to just have a flip on the eyelash. Because that saved me a lot. And I don't think that's a common technique. It's only in the weirdness I play with. Oh, missed one. All is lost. It'll never be fixed now. Okay. Let me lower some of these guys. Copy. Paste. Flip horizontally. Okay. Hit OK. Go back into here because it's very confused right now. And simply join them up, and then it'll understand what it's supposed to do. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, there we go. Ugly as sin, but hey, it's technically like really the first one I've ever do. Now that we have that. Whoops. There we go. And get a path on here. Oops, that's not a path. Maybe not have them line up right on top of each other. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, first of all, drag you up to here. See if I can't get this to pinch right. Not looking at. As you can see, these things are coordinating in really weird ways. Okay, turn off the closed mouth so we don't have that going on. Let's look at it in here. Yeah, that's not looking great. I could have done without the top part of that lip. Yeah, because that just deforms to heck and back. Okay. I had such good luck with the top one. But it's all the extra stuff that's going on here. Let's get back into here. Let's delete them all. Maybe I'm not thinking of this correctly. So this is my hope of trying to not pinch the heck out of these. So let's see. This goes up here. This goes up here. This goes up here. This goes up. Oh god, no. No, this isn't going to work either. I think I'm just going to have to bring in a mask for the top of this, because the entire top of this is just messing it up. I'm trying to like ring it in. Maybe there's an advanced way you can do this, but everything I'm thinking of is just completely unworkable with a line path. Huh. Because it should just be a bottom lip. I should just be able to like slide this up and like do some nice like minor tweaks to make it look right. So okay. Okay, so we have this. Yes, please. I'm totally... Oh, wait. Okay. Bottom lip. Nuke everything on there. Now, all we do is... Why can't I select it now? Oh, okay. That's why. Just bring that up. I might be able to just do this with the warp. Squish that. Squish that. Just hide the line up here. Why is that acting so weird? Okay. So all I wanted to do right now... Oops. Is move up to here. And all I want this to do... Top lip skin. Okay, you separate hard. Okay, so you're both... It's separating on both sides. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So on mouth open... I'm going to need to have... Okay. I just wish bottom lip was bottom lip, not a full circle. I don't know if that was a mistake or if there is a way you're supposed to work with this, but it's very interesting for me. Do do do. Thank you, right button. You help everything. Maybe if I do all those, and then I... And the top lip skin. That isn't working in any way, shape, or form. I knew the mouth was going to be the part that just messes with me the most. Okay. That might be close to it. And then we bend this section down so that go along. It's working, but problem's going to be here. Okay. So this basically needs to stay there. So everything below this perspectives in. Nope. Okay. That's part one. And part two is closing this up. And then feathering these suckers in. No, redo. Shift. Bring that in. Grab these ones. I grabbed the wrong ones. Okay, so did I miss that one? I missed this one. Okay. Bring that in. Okay. Yep, I totally want to grab that. Okay, grab that. Grab that. Alt and drag it in so that we can at least try and keep this smooth. I feel like I'm missing something. Like there's some technique I could use to try and fix this mess. Okay. How do you work now? Let me turn off the closed mouth. I accidentally deleted that one. And that is this. So this hasn't gone completely under yet. Ugh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't like when it's doing that. Like, how does it look at, like, 500? Sure. You're this close. Yeah, the lines just, they just get too squished. There's just too much screwing around with that. I don't know if, like, I'm not getting what the animation should be or what. It's just, yeah. I might have to revisit this later because I'm just not getting anything done. Okay. We'll call mouth open close like 20%. Let's get on to some of the other things. I'll have to look up like what's doing and possibly say like did you need or were you told or like is it expected to have that thing around there? Because if I just had it like up to here, I could do more with it. But yeah, okay. So I have that. What was the next one? Body. Oh, I should also do the head and neck rotates. So main head warp. You go in on a head rotate. You go in like right about here. And then you go into the neck, which I actually need to extend this a bit. Basically on this, just, yeah. Actually, given this, I can just pull it up like that. There we go. We don't have that whole, Actually, maybe that's a little too extreme for head Y. 1 second. No, that'd have to be fine, because it couldn't be, like, at the bottom there, because head... Get a little bit. I don't think it's any more sin than the average VTuber. So, okay. We have this. We have a turn, so -5. And let's move it over just a little bit. And then reflecting. Now then, neck warp gets its own little one at the bottom. Right about down here. -5. 5. Now let's see if head up really messes with this at all. Okay, I think I may need to have an additional one. On this neck tween. Set everything to default before you make commitments. Okay, so this goes up. Say -3. -4. -5. Oh, wait. It's not even in the right spot. Okay. Down here. -3. And move it over a little. There we go. Okay. Body lean position X. Okay, so anything else I need to do with that? Going to add some positionals to bodies. They're going to be basically copies of this, so 10 to 10. position X. Position X. Minus 10, 10. Position Y. Position Y. Add those in, but they're going to be, the body X, Y, and Z are going to be augmented. What that means is that these are basically going to be controlled off position X and Y. So, first up, oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Ignore me. Okay, let's make a top body warp. Okay. Top body warp. And on body being pushed the X. Actually, I could do this a funny way. I want it to be 9 high though. 9, and let's give you 3. 3. Okay. So first off, distort, and we just push this over a little bit. And then we give it the barest amount of lean. Now that we have that... Oh, I didn't have it selected. Okay. Body X. Distort. Boop, boop, boop. Reflect it. And then for neck rotate, I'm going to have neck body position X. So all I need to do is just move everything with this. Okay. Same for arm wrap. We're going to be making, or warp, arm body position X. And we select all these suckers because we can just reflect them. Okay. Now then. That was actually a simple one to do. I'll get into the advanced stuff later, but good start. Bottom ones. Body. Let's just keep it like this for now. That said, I know I have it later, but yep. Position X or hip X. Okay. Hip warp deform or It's called hip. So go this way. Select these and have it basically do the opposite, and I'll move everything over as well. Temporary deform, distort it, push it like this. Okay, grab everything, pull it out like this. Okay, and now we have to play a game of legs. Leg, hip, X, warp. First, move these over to like right about here. Ugh. Now, grab all these suckers, because we're going to have to put them, all the top ones, into their own warp. Then we're going to do a bit of things. Body, hip, X, warp. Okay. Remember this. Move over. Like so. Oh wait, no, that's legs. Hip warp, hip warp. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, I'm getting this lined up so that I slide everything over, then I slide everything back over, so that effectively very little has... Okay. Let me just bring this up. What I'm trying to do... So we have standing like this. I'm trying to have the hips move over like this. And then we go off the rest of this. But I need to have everything move over first. Which was kind of a... I flubbed a little on this. I'm going to need to patch that up a little bit too. I mean, I could just do it with the legs. Sorry, just thinking a bit. So, these go over. This leg extends down this way. Yeah, let's do that. In a bit, though, what does the list say? I want to get a lean position for... Oh, that should be Y, not it. X and Y, actually. Yeah. We'll say this is about 50% of the way there. Now this is the one where I have a bit of fun on. So, get everything to default. We're going to shrink and grow a bit. So, body Y, which is going to be controlled by position Y in a bit. Now, we're going to add another one to you. where we're going to squeeze down. Going to move that down. Oh. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. So I'm going to move this up, and then I'm just going to move everything down till that matches that. And then for the head and neck, move that down as well. I'm kind of solving this the same way I do it for Pixel Model, which probably isn't great, but oh, it helps if I actually do this. Okay. That comes down to like right about here. And then we do the same for the arms. Arm, body, position Y. I'd like to have the shoulders a bit up, but there's a really thick line there, so I can't really do that. Okay, and I think we'd want to have hip warp body Y. No, we could probably just put it into that. Because I want to have this lean forward, so I have to actually, you know, shrink this down. And then match the body top to it. Do we go more now? Okay, and then we grab the arms and legs. Bring it like that, so nice if I could. Oh, the wings should probably be included in there. Wings. Where are wings? Wing warp. Let's throw it into the body and see if it gets weird. Oh, no. That looks about fine. I might be able to fix it, though. Yeah, that's messes everything up. So these are all getting... First off, making a warp that I'm going to use for flipping. Okay. Drag you out, all out of there. Now let's put a little rotator for you so you don't get all weird. Upper right, rotate. Wing. Put you right there on the totally not bunny girl setup. Okay, and for the lower one, lower right rotate wing. Same sort of location. Okay. Select both these. Copy. Pasta. Throw into the wing flip. Grab that. Flip it. Okay, rename those to left. Okay, now take those out and mount them to the proper one. So lower goes in there, upper goes in there. Now all the messing around we've done shouldn't affect it too much, or at least in a way that makes sense. Okay, also I want to have the head go down a little bit more. Let's get into the head. Head rotate. Head, body, Y. Okay, that goes on there. And so when we go down, the head can go a little further down because we lean a bit forward when we go like that. Okay. Now to stretch up a little bit. Okay. This goes up a little bit. And this stretches, whoops. This stretches to compensate. And then everything else will follow suit. Could probably do this on the same layer. I'd rather not play that game. As I said before, warps, well, if you stack warps, they warp each other. Okay, let me just let this pose while I stretch for a second. The mouth is still kind of screwed, but we're getting somewhere. And I still want to move the entire body over because, yeah. It's looking pretty, it's not looking too bad. Things are coming together at the very least. Maybe a few things weird in the hair still, but yeah. I still haven't eaten. Okay. Now I want to try a little something. So I've never actually done the whole knees together thing properly. Whoops. So let's do... There you are. I hate when I do that. Okay. That's not the right thing. Right leg warp. And left leg warp. And I'm probably going to be, making a flip in a second, but let's see. Body X, body Y. Okay, so I want to rotate that a bit, move it back. And rotate that. Move it a little this way. Then I think the whole thing can be moved over and slotted back in. Let's go more. We could even go full bones and like just like so. Yeah, let's just do it full bone style. Okay. Lower leg and foot. Lower left leg. And we want it to end up about here. Okay. Upper leg. Warp. Okay, great. And we do it like this. Maybe just grab that. Do a little bit of surgery to get the knees to connect. And then I didn't have it set up. I'm going to keep doing this. Hit the Y, Scrib. Okay. So do this. And shrink all down above the shoe. Something like that. Okay. Now we do the upper warp. Upper left leg. Okay. So push the button so that we don't do this and then have to undo it. Okay, let's bring this down here. I think literally that will just work. Yep. Entire body position Y. Okay, so do that. Oh wait, this should be on. I did that the wrong way. Boo boo boo. Simple fix. Reflect. So now it should be on that. Now this can come down. Maybe about there. And I can fix up the leg to fit this. Which is this, whoops. Which is to say, probably stretch out this a little bit. Actually, one second. There we go. Now I can grab that. ever so slightly try and work this together. You don't want to, like, really mess too much with it. Still looks silly if I bend the legs. Be nice if I had a kneecap. I think that looks good enough. Okay. Now then, we take these. We put a warp in there. Flip warp. Okay, everything went in the flip warp. Take everything out of the flip warp. Put everything back in the flip warp. Paste. Flip the flip warp. Make sure everything is at default before you do the flip. Otherwise, it will be flipping on that, and then things get a bit weird. So anyway, flip. Okay, take those, put them in right leg, or where are you? Oh, okay, it was above it. Okay, put you into here. Put upper into upper. Put lower into lower. And bring flip warp outside of there. I don't know how you got in there. But now, body Y, take us down. Like so. And I think the hip section should stretch a little bit. Or at least those two. Nah, I should have the belly button in there. That should go up a little bit. Stretch Y. Or body position Y. Okay. Now then. So we have those. And this should go a little up. At least this part. Go a little up when we go up. Okay. The hair physics will fix the head tilting, or rotating. Yeah, I need to fix that entire body. Model XY. We have this. I'm going to do a little bit of a change with this, with the legs. I might want to do a little bit of lean up here. Either way, motion mirroring. Did I never... Okay, I literally never flipped it. Okay. Now onto a little bit of stuff with the legs. Boop, Boop. So I'm going to probably be using that in a minute, but hip warps. So step this way. Model. Temporary deform tool, rotate. Want to put it like right in the socket here. And then we want to go step out here. Even a little bit down. Which means we have to push this up a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. I think I might want to clean up that hip distort right there. Either way. No, actually, we don't need it for that one. Now, how does this look when body goes down? Yeah, it completely breaks that. Why does the foot... Isn't the foot part of that? No, it was not. Oh, wait. Before I do that, reset the defaults. Drop that into the lower one. Okay. We go that way. And then she does a dip. Okay, that's broken a little bit. We can fix that, probably. Okay, so it looks like that this is also going to be a part of this. And we'll have to flip that in a minute. Actually, no, this might not be the plan. It should probably just be entire body Y position. It just kind of needs to go down a little bit further when the hips move. Oh, that's not flipped yet. That... Okay. So, we have this. Copy it. We put it into here. We default everything. Oh, actually, go back. Abort. Before moving anything, set it all to that. Put that into flip warp. Flip the flip warp. Now this becomes the left leg. Take that outside. Not that far outside. Needs to be in here. Grab everything in here. And move it into the new left leg warp. Ooh. Old left leg warp, you will be missed. Flip this. I mean, reflect this. Okay. Something's off on one of these, but it can be fixed. mean, also I could just, oh, the hips aren't actually... Did I just reflect them? Where are you? This would be this warp right here. Yeah, I don't actually have it. I need to mirror it. Did I reflect it? So they're right here. We reflect the motion. Okay, this also has to have synthesized corners. Let's do that quickly. Okay. I think we need to soften up a little bit of the movement in there, but I think we got pretty much everything. There's a little something, I don't know if that's just because of it randomly going around. The chest goes down a bit when it goes from one to another. And I think that might just be an unsynthesized corner. Hit save. I say that's about 80% done. Arm position. Okay, should do this probably rather quickly. So we have the arms. Okay. Warp. Right arm warp. Okay, I'm not even going to make the other one because all I'm going to do is on Y go down. I want the arms to go up. So I'm just going to drop a temporary deformer of rotate type. If I can find it. My brain is no longer seeing things anymore. And go like we. Okay, and that's fun. And then on this one, it's going to go down. Do. Like so. Okay, and now that I have that, we know the drill. Actually, I could just copy this one because it covers both of them. And I'll name it arm flip. At the end, I would have to go through and clean up all these suckers. But for now, I'll live. Okay, so got that. We go flip. Bob's your uncle. I'll even clean this up right now because I'm not doing anything else. So in here, yeah, that's the one. There's something that happens that the chest goes up real rapidly and then goes back down. I think there's a corner I'm missing a synthesization on. I think also at the end, I'm just going to do my standard mouth open, mouth closed. And I'll just save maybe for tomorrow or next week trying to figure out how to do the mouth warp. Because that's literally the only thing holding me up. But I know mouths are just terrible to work with at times. And then I'll do a quick round of hair physics on this. And then I'll try to do my augmentation. First, we need to get a little loop on the wings. So go to breath, our favorite deferred thing. Okay, so get that up to 10. Nope. -5. And we'll say that it dips down like, this can be like 15. And this could be -6. Actually, I could have done it on both. Oh well. When we say 10, 10. It's going to be -15. Yep, it was -15. -15. -5, or no, this should actually be 5. And then this one is 6. And now for the lower wings, they're going to be a little more dynamic. So this is going to be -15. Up here, this will be 10, so 60 goes past it, so... Oh, these aren't in... Those are behind. 40? I like 40. No. 30 sounds about good, but I'm going to change this or... no. Mogs put it like that, so I'll keep it like that. Okay, so the lower one, what'd I say? 15? -15. Wrong way. 15. And the other one was 35. -35. How does that look? A little off. I think I should do the same thing with this. We're at... I want to do it a little before, though. So this can be -20. And then it eases into the last bit. And that can be 20. Okay. I need to get a breathing parameter. I've never done this before. So body warp, mostly in there. Top body warp, probably can do it on there. Is there anything on there? There's a bunch of stuff on there, so I don't think I want to quite do it like that. So... Okay, on breathing, we're going to have a breathing warp. that too much or too little? Keep it subtle, Scrib. Okay. So I grab this. Oh. Too much? Okay. See how it looks. I think another one technically that gets done with arms, or blah blah blah. If I don't have anything on there, I'll put a breathing thing on here. So, just because it makes it look like there's something going on. Like just, you know, the sort of twitch. That you would have because, you know, you're alive. Oh, wait. Let's have it up there. So, if I grab all the way across here, and then I pull it down just a little, pull this up a little so it connects with the collarbone. And midway, just contract it a little bit for that. Okay. Sit save. I might get to physics. And then I will do the cheapest way to rig a mouth I know of that will get this done enough. Okay, let's just hit pose for a second and see how it goes. I'm going to stretch, extend the legs. And then I'll do a little bit of augmenting, maybe. Actually, what I should also do... You have breathe... Oh no, you have the XYs on there. This is going to be a turn warp. Head, turn, follow. Top, body. Because I might as well actually try and do this. You're 5 by 9. You don't need to be that much, but you need to be like 7. You need to be 4. You need to be 4. Why are you so much? Oh, the wings are in there. I didn't need the wings. Okay. Top, body, angle, X. 4. 4. You don't need the height. Well, maybe. We'll leave that at like 3. That you'll need like 7. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Turn the head. I'm also going to turn all these. So, cheap way. Just have it like that. And just have it like that. Oop. I'll need to fix that up a little bit on a different layer. Okay, so flip that across. Okay. This part shouldn't move as much, so we get this over here. We squeeze that down like that. Okay, and then the leotard top, I need to actually give a little bit to it. Actually, collar area. Okay, so that's where that's happening. Okay. So, this goes over. I think this goes out too much. So I'm just going to tap that in. Mirror that motion. Okay, I'm also going to have to update that. Okay. Leotard angle X. So this is going to squish a little. This is going to travel a bit. And this is going to travel a bit. Okay, let's get the collar. Collar front angle X. Ba 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 ba. So this will travel a bit. We will take that, stretch it a little to give it a little fake bit, and then a bit more right here to make it look like it's turning. It's all about faking what it looks like. Okay, what happens if I have Y up? Okay. I am going to have to work that into there, but that's fine. I was expecting to. I just didn't know how much it would show up or wouldn't show up. Because it's going to be kind of the same, but different. Back collar angle X. So, first off, oh, you're up there. Drag this over. I'm going to turn this layer off for a second. So I can make sure. Okay, it's going to be fine. Possibly moving this too much at the moment. Let's figure out how much we want to move it. I think we want to turn it, but we don't want to move it so much. Okay. Have that set up, so get the back of the collar. Match it to right about there. We'll squish this in. Move that over. Move that over a little bit more. Just a tad more. Turn off the hair extension once again just to make sure. Okay, everything looks fine on there. So let's flip to the back and we'll motion the cross there. I think there might be a little off-center going on here. Oh, wait, I didn't... No. I'm being silly. I just didn't mirror the motion. Okay. So where does it have us on the list? Breathing effects, I'll say 100. Wing animation... Or the Y's, yeah, we have that. Mouth form, ah ha ha ha, not in the slightest. Okay. I need to hit the bathroom real quick, so I will leave this run for a minute. Enjoy the fairy. If I can hit posing. There we go. Ba ba ba. All right. So I am still noticing that one. Ah, wait. Yeah, there's some oddities there. I think I'm not... thinking it's coming from one of these. Do I not have synthesized? Wait, that's head. Close that down. This is in the body. That one look. Ooh. Okay, there's where I have some issue. Okay. Yeah, I didn't synthesize the corners. That's why. Please choose different parameters. Why? Oh, wait, it was body, Y, body. Okay, that's just weird. I never seen it do that. Okay, there we go. Let's let that bounce a bit. Let's see. I think I'm doing really well with the body positioning for like the dips. I really like how it turned out. Only I could figure out how to do the mouth. Possibly fix up something on the chin more. Okay. So, let me think. Bring this up for a second. Malform. Okay. Let's get into augmented stuff. So, I'm going to make another folder. Technically, I'm already using the body X and body Y as augments. So, I am going to make face X. Those go from... Okay. Face X, face Y, face Z. Face X. Face X, minus 30 to 30. Face Y. Face Y. And face Z. So what makes this augment is that I can put these into physics, and then I can have multiple things influence it and have a bit of bounce, which gives it life. And since this is like, you know, a fairy, this being able to bounce around will really help. So first off, I select everything in that, and then I go, you go to face X now. And then I select everything in that, and I go, you go to face Y now, because they're exactly the same. And then I select everything in that and go, You go to face Z now. Also, technically, I should have a position Z. That's how close your face is to the screen. And this should be -10 to that. Okay, so first off, physics, face X, which is going to basically purely come off angle X as an is going to come off position X as an input, and I'm going to have to change up how my mouse is set up because it's always set up to how should I put this? It's always set up to the default of face X, Y, Z and body X, Y, and Z. So this is going to be an angle. It's going to be 100%, let's say 50% effective, and it's going to go to -60 to 60. This is so I can add other things to influence it without it going too wild. Like I can say like hip or position X can be a positional. I can have a 50 as well. So then we do an output and add that to angle X. And we can basically duplicate this face Y. I'll play with the what do you want to call it? I will play with the sorry, I'm braining the parameters in a second, but I also need to figure out how the heck do I do the one thing to preview, track cursor, collision details? Okay, here we go. Unset. Yeah, that could be fine. I want left mouse button, left mouse Y. We can unset the angles. Okay. Angle is barely moving. Oh. I got these backwards. 1 second. Because the face... Because I'm going off these as positionals. Yeah, I got this backwards. Ignore me. Okay, go back. Change you to... Yeah, okay. Now we can get back in here, and this should barely do anything now. Okay, and then we get to change this a bit. So it shouldn't shake too much. I'll say it has a shake of 0.3. It has a reaction of 0.9, which means it's slightly there, but it converges a lot faster. So 1.5. 0.5, we'll see. Okay, go over to here. 0.5. Increase output. Point 0.9 do it. $1.5. 0.8. It's a little delayed, and I think that's how it'd be. I'll play with it a little bit more, but 0.8. Then we add face Z. Now this one is only going to be purely off of face Z as a pendulum. Minus 60, 60. I'm doing it at 60s in case I want to use another angle for this. So 50. Just add a standard one in there. Point that at 0.8. And angle Z. Okay. And body X. So this one is going to use position X as its main thing. I'll use a little bit of face X as well, but position X is going to be the angle. That's going to be position. Going to be 50%. 100, negative 60. 30 is the one that most people use as like actually getting a value out. So 0.8. We could tweak that later. So this will be for body X, which I'll have feed into hip X. Actually, I can have this feed directly into hip X. Okay, add. We're basically going to just duplicate this. Body Y. Changes from X to Y. Base Y. And position Y. Actually, one second. Let's go back to body X, because I think I can add face Z as an angle of like 20. Okay, let's have this run and just see what it feels like. Here's a little snappier. Okay. let's just get into some physics so that we can have a little bit of fun on here, but I'm thinking it's all coming together. So our basic little augments, 70, I think they need adjustment. Try to get the smile dies. Okay. Leaf, get back to default. Oh yeah, I should do eyebrows. That would actually help. 1 second. Let me go through the absolute cluster that is this. Left eyebrow warp. Right eyebrow warp. Oh, they're backwards. Also, you don't need that much. You can be a 5. You can be a 5. You can have your standard for little things there. Okay. Okay, so we'll say this is your lowest. This is your highest. And then we take the right eyebrow and we change it to right eyebrow. There you are. Okay. Also in on this, let's just double warp it. Okay. Left eyebrow smile. Right eyebrow smile. Select both of these. And we'll do left eye smile. We'll have it say it's at neutral, so this is frowned, so... Oh, wait, what? 1 second. Let's get these suckers synchronized. As always, default your values. Okay. Left eyebrow smile. Okay, and then we're going to do right eyebrow smile. So this is just like forms, except I could track them a little saner. Let's put a little in the middle there. So we can say that's a little higher. Something's not exactly meshed up, but I'll live with it. You know what? Yeah, let's just do this as the standard. I'm going to flip this later. First off, let's put this in a distort. Transform, distort. We do a little bit of this. A little bit of this. And then we round it out. Okay. Wait. And we're going to make this a bit gawky and try to flip it around. So, distort. And we're going to distort this. Trust me. Trust the process. I clearly don't. Somebody needs to. Okay. Now that I have it all like that, I can bring this down a little bit. Okay. That line right there needs to be played with a bit. And then we just do a straight up rotate. Possibly even drop it a little. Okay, now that we got this monster, we will use the face warp. We will copy the face warp. We will paste the face warp. We'll call it the face flip. Or face flip as the case may be. So we grab that sucker, make a copy, drag it up into the face flip, flip the face flip, extract from the face flip, call you left, Are you outside or not? Okay, you are not. You are outside. So, drag you into there. Ah, almost committed the cardinal sin. Put everything on default. Then you drag it into there. Then you get rid of the things you don't need. Thank you for your service. These two are slightly off. Okay, anyways. Whoop. Move you to right smile. Let me just see this go through some physics and see what's going on here. Absolutely silly. Maybe they should just be linked to standard smile detection. Probably. Okay. That was fun, but yeah, let's move these to actually, what does it go? Yeah. change to mouth form. Change to where is mouth form? Do I not see it because I moved the one? Possibly. There it is. Okay. Get rid of that. I am going to put these all under the right eye warp. Just put you under that. And then the left eye warp. Because I want to try and do a little smile stuff. You go under the other one. There you go. So, eye smiles pull up the corners of the eyes. That's basically what they do. So simply can grab both of these and expand up a little bit. Maybe even like move this up a tad more. Well, that deforms that. Okay, let's get this back to default and move the actual pupils out. Yeah, these shouldn't be in that. My bad, mea culpa. Right base. Okay, not that one. Base. Okay. Now I can mess with these all I want. So, set. Grab up to here. Grab up to here. Extend it a little bit. And move this up a bit. And we can change that to be... Wait, did I choose... I didn't choose smile for these. Okay. One second. So, you go to right... Change to right smile. And... You go to left smile. Simple little thing. Want to see how it works. Alright. $90. And I think I got this one mostly down, so I'll put a 90 about it. I can't do this. I've been mostly working on that for a good part. Say 80. Okay, there we go. Now for shocked eyes. So these two need to be edited. 2. And we're going to select, and all we're going to do now is just put one more on there and everybody will be happy. Oh, I never moved this over. Why does that one look so off? I think I'm having some... There's something slightly uncentered about this. Anyways. Also, I never moved everything to the proper eyes. So... let's do that. Let's select all this. Get rid of all the left stuff. Wait, you should be in the... 1 second, let's default this. You should be in here. Select. So, ba 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 ba. And you should go to right eye open. Also, I should be doing something with the eyelids a little bit. Right eyelid. Well, they're there. We'll keep it. I have enough to worry about. Okay, now what was I going to do? Ah, yes, shocked eyes. Edit parameter. You two shall go to 2. Now, when I move all these over, they won't be truncated because I forgot to do that. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to make a derived called shocked. It's going to go from 0 to 1. Actually, no. I don't need to go that far. I just need to find these. Okay, you're on that. And, didn't we have a scaling deformer? Oh, yeah, I was going to mirror it and move it over. Yeah, okay. You live over here. So, on eye open from 0.5 to here, you will shrink. Okay. Okay. Then we copy this, and because this is going to be a really weird one, I'm going to have to just eyeball this part. Pardon the pun. So this goes in here. Or where are you? You're like in the right corner or something? Know what I say? Just wing it. I can approximate what the other one did, so I'll just do that. Control Z. Right eye scale. What the? Is anything grabbing right? No, it is not. Okay, so it gets to this. The Windows key is not your friend. Okay. Now then, let's eliminate some of these because clearly I did something wrong. Okay, so that'll be up a large. I swear you can select it and it won't work. Okay, boop, boop. Everything seems to be fine. Oh, eyebrows are disappearing. What's going on with that? Am I missing something? I'm selecting right here. I just clicked that. Oh, I hate when it does that. Okay. Boop. Okay, that one. And we also just go down to here. Okay. We're getting somewhere. The mouth is still a mess. I have a temp solution for that. But I want to get into a little bit of physics. More than what I have right now, which are just derived things. Eyebrows are a little asymmetrical, but I don't know how to fix that besides, like, I mean, I could do that. I'll do that as a last resort, but I think something is slightly off center in the model. Just very slightly, and it's messing with some things. Okay, I don't know if that's something I did on there or what, but... Okay. We have that in there. Wing emote for shocked? So... can be done is I make this a two-dimensional thing and use mouth for Actually, you should be on the right one. Do. I am going to make a shocked. Zero, 2. Okay. So if I think about this correctly, have it off breath. Where's all the wings? So every one of these suckers gets this. And then I'm going to add one at 2.5 for everyone, because that is where the shocked starts. And what I'm going to do is that the minimum range for this is only slightly less than this. So this would be like 4 now. This will be -4. Or wait, nope. The other one over here will be -4. This will be near where it is, like up here. So this will be -20. And that would mean that you're 20. So when shocked is hit, that just kind of, everything kind of goes up. Okay, let's actually say 25. Let's move everything up 5. So this is 25. And this is 35. Okay, over here, move everything up 5. So this is -25. This is -25. And this is -40. That should be, well, 35 is fine. Okay. So move this up 1, 0. -7. Okay, so this is 7. This is 0. This is 1. Okay, actually, why are the lower wings moving up so much? 30. 30. Okay, sorry. Kind of brain still. -30. Okay, let's go into here. We can actually watch this. So everything's fine. Shock gets up. Actually, let's have no travel. Yeah, I think no travel would look better. So -35. Oop. -35. -35. -7, -7, -7. minus 35. Oh, wait, no. I'm on the wrong one. Oh, crap. Okay. I was on the correct one for this. Then I went up to here. This becomes -7. This becomes -7. Now, don't misclick. Change that. So that's 35. That becomes 35. And that becomes 35. Okay, this one. 7. 7. 7. Okay, save. See how this works. We have this. Now shock goes up. It freezes the wings. And we will make shocked come off of eye open, or left eye, right eye open. And they're both on an angle. They're both 50. .8. So both the eyes go full shocked. This should be full shocked. It's not even. Oh, is it -45? No? Still not hitting it. Okay, I think shocked might have to be changed a little bit. Adjust. This will be 0.75 and this will be 1. And shocked will... Whoops. Shocked will go to 1. Hopefully I can do a 10 on here. Okay. So if eyes are open, that's fine. Okay, and we increase output. Maybe that's all we need to do. We needed to hit 1 man. So we hit 1, it just gets up to there. .3. Okay, that seems to be good. Alright, let's get some physics in this. I should probably been doing that for a bit. Actually, I'm going to do my little thing that I wanted to do, because the mouth is just... Yep. So for right now, we're going to turn off the top lip. Pretty much all these. I'm just going to have on temp. And it's going to just be my standard quick flip. So down here, 0, 0. Turn you on. Closed mouth warp. Or temp. Great. Okay, get back in here. Pop. Okay, it's a punt, but it works. So at least it doesn't look so odd if you go in here. And you go, like, just posing. Bop, bop, bop. Anyways, on to physics. So let's just do some simple physics for this. Front hair physic. And since these are just really short, I don't need to do too much. Can actually just, let's see, distort my love. Okay. A little bit of that. Flip it. Okay, and... oh, wait, where did right extend? Oh, I turned it off because I was checking. Yeah. Okay, now for... there they are. RL bang physics. Not once again, nothing too exciting. Just tilting it and then using a bit of distort to wave it. Mirror. Okay. Now for the side ones, I might actually start making stuff. -1, 1. Hair move side, 2. Hair move side, 2. So this is getting extension. Oh wait, there. Side hair physics 1. And once again, this part isn't too exciting. Just rotate everything. Push it off a bit. We'll even distort it. Just to give it a little more move. And then we do this, flip it across. But it's in this one. Side physics 2. Okay, so we grab on here. This is where everything twists. So this is getting a rotate and turns out. Gain a rotate, turns out. getting to rotate, turns in, getting to rotate, turns in, and reflect. So when that's on a pendulum, it gets to look all nice. And then we get to Banes, which I'm going to add a hair move side 3. Hair side 3. So once again, oops, wait, wrong thing. There we go. Extension physics 1. So this one's going to be slightly different in that the first two physics actually are just movement physics. Flip that across. Okay. The third one is going to be the curling. Wait, did I not curl that the other way? I don't think I did. No, I did not. Or at least I didn't do it in a way that reads like it. Let me just... Okay, reflect that over. Boop, boop. Okay, now back to this one. This I'm going to start off with distort. Okay, motion mirror that. Now we're on to last one. Physics 3. Boop. And now we have fun, because we get to curl this. I probably will want to play with the mask silhouette a bit. Okay, and flip that across. Okay, let me jump onto that mask silhouette real quick. And you have angle like this. I say, well, you're like that. Just literally go like this. Okay. Twin tails I might have to make their own thing, because they're going to be a bit weird. Okay, so hair back I'm going to do in 3s. Hair back. Hair move back. 2. Oh. Hair move back 3. Hair move back 3. Hair move back 4. Hair move back 4. And I'm going to have a different one. Hair move back Y. That's going to be interesting in a second, but hair move back Y. And hair move back Y2. Hair move back Y2. Okay. So first off, our macro one for the back head. The hair in the back. We're going to have physics on all of this. Then we might get down to some individual one, mostly for the going up and down so I can spread it apart easier. Hair back physics 1. Okay. Boop. And this one should probably be able to counteract head tilt. Okay. So that's what the first one does, because that's the only one that's going to get it right. Okay. Hair back physics 2. Okay, grab on there. This is going to be standard sort of distortion and moving a bit. So just boop. Boop. Flip around. Okay. 3, same verse again. This one's going to be the distort. Second distort. Okay. Motion mirror. Boop, boop. And the last one is going to be more individualized. So I might actually want to copy this across. Right hair back 1. Physic. Okay, let's bring that over. Bring that over. Bring that over. Now the other way. Bring that out. Bring that out. Bring that out. Just a little bit on the outside. Okay. Now then. Make a warp, call it hair flip. Actually, let's drag this out. Maybe it was being inside one of these that caused it to be weird, but we got everything. We're sitting at our defaults. Okay. Hair flip. Okay, now grab everything. Take it out. Put this back into the one thing that wants to be in. Copy. Paste. Whoop, no, that's not what I want. Copy. Pasta. Put it into the hair flip. Flip the hair. Take it out. Reflect. And drop that in there. Call that left. Okay, perfect. Okay, hair 2. Right hair 2 physic. My typing is dead. I won't even try anymore. Okay. This. Like this. Like this. Maybe a little too much there. That's probably good. Like that. That. I can't see the red corner because everything's pink. And where's the red dot? Like that. Okay. Copy. Paste. Put it in the hair flip. Flip the hair flip. Reflect. Put it in the middle. Call it left. No, 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 not like that. What are you doing? Okay, move that up. Take 2. Drop it in. And then we have 2 more. Awesome. Not too bad. Right. Hair 3. Physics. Or physic. Okay, boop. Okay, and this one you could probably actually just straight up mirror. Yeah. Don't need too much for that one because it's so much in the back that we don't have a lot of curving parts. Okay, flip. Probably better ways to do this. This is one of those systems that there's a lot of ways to do things. And that's not conducive for people to actually learn how to work on this. But it is what it is. Right hair back or physic. Okay, now that we have that, boop. Okay, and once again, as I said, we could just motion mirror it. Call it a day. Could have probably also just distorted it. Called it a day. After this, I'm going to do something a little interesting for the hair back here that I want to have some up and down physics, because there's enough of it. Okay, we reflect you. Call you left. Boop. Put the right in the left because we have it being a bit weird. Okay, so now that we have all that. Actually, can you get rid of the hair flip? Now, the part that I wanted for... basically all this. I'm going to put another one on here. Actually, I could probably just do it off this. Yeah, let's do it off the main one. So this is hair going down. So that means we can do a bit of perspective. Actually, no. Yeah, this is the one I kind of wanted to have for... Yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking here. So we can have it go in and fan out. So I might be redoing all these again. Oh well. It's probably the better thing to do. So if we can go back to when we had flip in there, because we're going to be using it, because I'm being dumb. So, like this. The hair is being being distorted in, because actually no, going up is flaring out. Going down down flares it out. Going up flares it in. You'll see in a second. So it's literally just going in. Okay. And the other way. Is flaring it out a bit. Now this I will give like a rotate up here around the shoulders for. Okay, so we have that. We synthesize those corners. And hope this works correctly. Going to copy. Going to paste. I think we're going to do all the flips at the end. Okay, so we did that one. Left 2. So, store it in. Store it out. Then around the shoulder. Grab. Rotate it. And we're good. And synthesize the corners. Yep, that's well working as expected. Okay, we make a duplicate. We paste it. We put it in hair flip. We get left side 3 physics. And we distort it. Real shame I didn't realize I wanted to do this earlier. Where is it? There it is. Distort. Okay, and then a little rotation from the shoulder. Let's emphasize corners. Copy. Paste. Drop in. Then grab 4. Okay. Just a little bit of distort. And then a little other bit of distort. And then once again, round the shoulders. Okay, let's emphasize some corners, and then we can do the flip. Copy. Paste. Drag in here. Select it. Flip it. Okay, not mess up, I will rename these, and then I'll move everything in there. Then I'll move them all out. Okay, so let's find right here. First off, make sure everything is in their defaults. Drag that into that. Because I made the mistake of making it early. Did you just drag the whole... It's so picky when it wants to be, and so like, oh, I don't know what you're trying to do. I have absolutely no idea what you're trying to do. Any other time. Okay, right 2 physics. Okay, we have that. Boop. Right 3 physics. Boop. Right 4 physics. Boop. And we get to delete 1, 2, wait, no. Okay, that's in the right one now. Okay, drag that out. Get rid of hair flip. And now for the second one, it's going to be right on the top of this. It's just going to be simple. So you pull down, or you go down, hair goes up. Just really that simple. And you go down, hair gets long. But this is on a pendulum, so it's interacting and the other one interacts first. Okay. Twin tail X. Twin tail X. And twin tail Y. Twin tail Y. Still have to do the rest of these too. Okay, so, whoops. Right twin tail. Left twin tail. I'm skipping a little bit because I probably should do those as well. So X and Y. So if you move to the left, the one furthest from the left is going to curve up. Actually, let's just do it as the standard physics way. Or as a standard... Right here. Why did you drag it up to the top? I don't get why Live2d does that. We'll just make a physics one and call it a day. So you go to left. This one curls up a bit. It also shrinks in. This one just gets slightly longer out here. And same on you flip it. Okay, the Y. Both of these go down. Okay. And up is the opposite. Whoop. Whoop. And I could distort this to fake some, or perspective it, to fake some turning in there. And we synthesize those corners, and then we get all the oh wait, I have some other physics I need to do, but let's get the hair physics done. So add hair front, which is just going to be standard that. It's going to be short hair. And it's going to go out on normal hair one, because I don't have 2 for that. I have 3 for the side, but I don't have 2 for this one. We can get rid of body Z, because we don't use it. This can now become 100. Okay. And we can duplicate this to hair side. In this case, I'm going to make this 0.8. And I'm just going to add 2 more to that. 0.8. 0.8. Reaction 0.9. And 0.9. And the output is going to be all the... Whoop, first off. Get rid of you. No, you go away. Go away. Thank you. Hair side, hair side, hair side. Bam. Okay. And then we add a new one called hair back X. Going to be the head input. Just going off defaults for now. This can be 100. This as it can do the head tilt, so it needs to have that in there. We add in 4 of these. 0.8, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, 0.8, 0.8, 0.8, 0.8. Okay, and then we go and do the fun of adding 4 pendulums back here. back hair Y. This one I'm going to go off this. It's purely going to be pendulum for this one. So angle of face Y and body Y will influence this. So I'm going to say head will be 60, body will be 40, their position, add, 0.8 for this, 0.85 reaction, 0.9 reaction, 0.9 reaction. And this will go out to hair back Y and Y2, map it to the pendulums. Twin tail X input, and this is going to be purely face X, so we use angle X. We throw this in here. This can be like 3, 6. We can have a lot of shaking. We're going to have a reaction of 0.8 though, convergence of 1.5, and it's a straight mapping onto twin tail X. And we're going to duplicate this and basically make it twin tail Y. But this time the input is going to be that, and it's going to be body Y, because that goes up and down. Going to be a 70-30. Okay. Just a bit of flap. Also, should this be inverted? No, I think it works. Okay, let's let this... I'm going to stand up for a second and let this move around. And I think Y I'm going to need to change it to, for the back hair Y, I think I'm going to need to increase output. Let me just go in here. Position Y. I think it's doing it, just it's a little iffy. Probably drag this down to 8. Reaction time of 8. Here, X. Maybe I have it backwards, and that's why it's not working right. 1 second. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I think it was backwards. Let's just do the backwards off this. Probably it should be more 30, 70. Ah. Yep, we have that. I left that as that, but Technically, it goes faster when happy. Eh, not the worst. Okay. Whoop, that's the wrong thing. So we need to do chain physic and a bust physics. Because she has them. I don't have the extreme lean forward. How many hours am I into this mess? I'm not up to 8 yet. Okay. Let me get the bus physics in, and then I will try an extreme lean. Bust X. Bust X. Bust X2. Bust X2. Bust X, or bust Y. Bust Y. Bust Y2. Bust Y2. Okay. So the boings. Bust. Okay, we'll get down here. So this is mostly to pull. Oops. All this over a bit. Feather this a little. Keep it nice and round. Nothing going on over there. Nothing going on over there. Okay, flip it. Okay, now for the Ys. Okay, so here, all the way. Thank you. Synthesize some corners. And the bus 2 is largely going to be the same thing, but using a smaller section. So instead of grabbing all the way across, I'm just going to be like grabbing these middle 6 and going maybe just these ones. And going for, whoops. I don't need the physics for that. Whoops, did I, yeah, too much whoops today. Okay. Put this down here. Maybe I have to just... I think this will have to be more... Fine, okay, so 9 by 9? Yeah. Those 4 squares. Those 4 squares. Okay. Push. Okay, and mirror across. do anything weird. Nah, I think that's fine. Okay, now bust Y. Just a bit down. Just a bit up. Let's emphasize them corners. Okay. Bust X. Bust input. You have enough cleavage. I guess it's big. Okay, and we're just going to add 2 parameters of the same type into there. .8, 1.5. Body Z? We don't use body Z. Angle Z. Output goes into bus 1 and bus 2. Okay, and we duplicate this. Bust Y. We change that to Y. We get rid of this one. And we change that. Oops. I must have misclicked. Okay. Bust Y. Bust X. Bust X. Isn't body supposed to be off that? Okay, either way. Are they bouncy? I think I need to increase output. Okay. Increase output. That may be a little much. Checking 0.8, reaction time 0.9. It's a little too desync. I mean, we've hit Jello. It's a little too much Jello for my taste. Okay, I think that's more reasonable. Okay. So, chain. Chain physics. And I'm going to make its own one. Chain physic, because, I mean, it's there. And it's just literally going to be a little rotator. So, -15. Oh, wait. Mm. Cardinal sin. Put this where it's going to rotate. There we go. Negative 15. 15. I don't know if I will tonight, because I still need to look up how the heck to do face. Or how to do mouth. Okay, add another physics. Add chain physics. And it's literally just going to be a head input. We're going to drop this. Oh, no. Please. Delete. Point 0.8. 0.85. No. I'm trying to think how you would, but no. Increase output. Let's bring that shaking up to 0.9. Okay, that's good. Lean forward. So, what I need to do is I need to grab the head. Main head warp. Now, everything below this is going to be a lean warp. Or it's going to need to be lean, because I'm going to need to scale it up, but also move it down. I'm going to need also the hair in there. So, all this lean warp. So what's going to happen is on position Z, because that's where it's going to come from. So this is towards the screen, this is away. Right now, I'm only going to do towards. So I need to grab all this and basically scale up. I think that's extreme enough. And because you're coming forward, you need to go down a little bit. Got that. Now I need to do with the rest of the body. So drop that out. This will be between these two, because I'm going to need both of them. And this is going to be lean warp. Or body lean warp. So I'm going to grab from here up and going to do a perspective. Going to increase that, as well as shrinking it down. Kind of works. Collar, what are you doing in this? Oh yeah, you're part of the neck. So for this, also we'll need a lean warp. At least the neck will be covered up, but collar lean. That should be big enough. Yep, that's coming in well. I don't know about the wings doing all that. Okay. This looks like they're just too flat doing this. I don't have any like setup like that. I'd have to, like, you know, make them. But that would totally be a thing to have. What do you mean? You'll have to tell me what shift means. There are a million ways I could think of what shift means. You'll have to, excuse me. Like, you have to give me an X, Y, or Z frame of reference. Because... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I might have to do something a little drastic. Bust lean. Oops. Okay, grab that one. Grab that one. Ugh, something a little odd. That's a little too far, actually. So how do I fix that? I really wish I could just select the points are actually, you know, visible. Okay. let's go back. So this one's getting distorted to heck and back. I think if I make a layer on there, I can bust, lean, compensate. Basically undo a little bit of the damage that's been going on. Yeah, here we go. So grab that, expand it out, grab that, expand it out, grab those, bring them in a little bit, grab these, bring them in a lot. These we can just kind of bring back to sanity. Actually, you know what? Okay, let's bring this back to a default. Let's take these both out of here. And let's just do these individually. Let's not have them interfere with each other. Bust, lean. Okay, so we have that. So we move this down a little bit. We might want to make this a 7 warp. Get me some extra ones in here. Grab these. Bring it down a little bit. Make sure everything stays a little round. Why are you all weird? What happened? Isn't there a restore option? Live2d restore art mesh to default. Okay. Let's see if I can actually find it. Go to select the modeling menu, edit, revert to original. Okay. Select the model menu, edit. Edit form, revert to original. Okay, there we go. This was probably half the problem, is that somewhere along the line that got mangled. Okay, that's part of the main torso. Not that one. The collarbones. No. Collarbone area. Okay. Collarbone lean. Bop. Bop. Just because it's getting a little too out there. Alright, the arms. At least the arm warp. Arm lean. Ooh. Okay, and now I need to do something for the hair warp as well. So, breathing, back of hair, back of hair lean. And shrink up. And then probably should do the same for the wings. Oh crap, wings are... Ugh, okay. I can do this though. I can do this. So they're each going to get their own warp. Lower right lean. Everything should probably be at their defaults. Yeah. Default everything. Lower right lean. Upper right lean. Lower left lean. Upper left lean. Okay, grab them all. First, push them up. And then a little bit of distort, a little bit of perspective. I think maybe the head needs to go down a little bit more too for this. Oh, wait. Honestly, just move it to its own one. Okay, lean warp. Okay, so you lean forward. Hair's being a bit weird, but, okay. First off, let's just try it all over again. So we delete that all. We add the 3 in. So first off, this needs to go down. Then we have to have a little bit of shrink. I think the wings are too much too. Okay. Oop. So once again, lots of tedium. And maybe, yes, a little bit more of the torso being shrunk by this. Bustling. Okay, grab these. Move you down a little. Grab these. Move you down a little. Grab this. Move you down a little. Grab arms. Move you down a lot. Okay, so we need to do a little bit of emergency thinking here. Expand that. Whoops. Expand that. Expand that. Drag this down. Expand that. Collar doesn't go down far enough. Where's the lean on that? Needs to go down like right about here. Expand even bigger. Okay, hair needs to do something more. I'm not feeling it with that moving. A little bit of distort or perspective. Actually, wings would probably go up a bit. I'm fiddling with something I'm not even doing remotely correct. Aha. Ooh. Let's see how this looks in action. Honestly, not that bad. I'm going to do some half steps in there so it isn't as jarring. By what I mean, I'm going to take it and put like at 50%, I'm going to move that to 75%, and then at 25%, I'm going to move that to 50%. And it'll give it somewhat of a curve that's palatable. But it actually doesn't look that bad going at this linear rate. Oh, that said, it's almost been 8 hours. Okay, was there anything else I had on that list? Besides the extreme lean? I think I gotta... I'll give myself an 85 off that. The teeth I can't do, because I can't do mouth. Okay, I think I'm going to call it for now. I don't think I'll have a stream after, or I'll think about doing stream tomorrow, but I need to figure out how the heck to do the mouth. I don't know if like it should have had an extra cut in there so that we didn't have the top of the mouth for the lower lip, or what. But I wasn't able to do anything with that, so I need to figure out how to work with that. That might even be just like it takes a week to do. But I'm thinking this is working pretty well, given I know literally, you know, kind of nothing about doing sane models properly. So anyways, I'm selecting all these. I'm putting at a 5 right here. And then I'm adjusting this to 75. So, whoops, that... I'm adjusting this to 7.5. And then I'm putting another one at 2. And I'm going to move that to 50%. And that's going to just ease in the whole lean in stuff. Okay. And then I think I can do some extended interpolation to try to pretend it's round. Which should be an ellipsis. Usually this is for rotation though, so I don't know how much it actually helps with this. Wait. Why are you leaning back there? Ooh, can we undo that? Yeah, I think we'll just keep it like this. Anything else I can think of on there? I wanted to have some stuff with the shoes, but I need to have the flat ones in order to like give like the tippy toe effect. But anyways, thank you for joining. If I do figure something out, I might just start tomorrow morning, but I need to look online and try to figure out if anything is working correct with this or not. But either way, this model was provided to me by MonoMogi, who is up on Twitter. You can also find her on VGen. She's trying to get verified for that, which should be in a month or so, I think, after getting her first commissions on there or something. But then she'll be doing it as much as possible. She currently has one VTuber daughter sitting out there who hasn't debuted it yet, but yeah, that's a thing. So find her on Twitter, check her out if you like this sort of thing. She actually has two other of the Black Souls trio of heroines that I may do the other ones. I may not do them on stream, though given it this only took about 8 hours, maybe that's possible. But yeah, thank you very much for joining, and I will see you next time. So till later, have a good time of day. Oh yeah, socials. I am Scribble in the Dark, but on Twitter I am Scribble in the Moonlight. That is where I do most of my posting and twitting of these streams. I take commissions. I mostly do pixel VTubers, though maybe I might do actual rigging. I can't do the full drawings at the moment. But that said, go over there, check it out. Possibly hit me up for a little pixel model, or maybe even some pixely emotes. Anyways, with that, see you next time.